Sweet. We're back. We locked in our 99 parse on Alara last night. So super happy about that. We are going to go straight into the Steamvault.
Will fall.
Ah, that's confusing. They have the same icon. 710, sure. Okay. Let's get some flash powder. See if we can nail a bullseye today. We got super nice parse on High King Mulgar as well. Highlander, hello there, brother. Wishing you a great stream. And Pompey Grind, you got this. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. We had a 3.9 a couple of weeks ago with Blink Strike. We got a 4K last night, which was really nice. We had perceived weakness up for 40% of the fight. Lightning speed. Unfortunately, if that had a procced early, it would have been insane. But at 3 seconds uptime, it procced just at the end of the fight. The fight lasted 25 seconds. So pretty solid. We did terribly on Gruul. I don't know what happened there. We did get 3 tier pieces. Now we've already got full tier. But what we can do next phase is hand in those tier pieces for a PvP set. And we already had the head. With the last night we got the chest, hands, was it legs? Shoulders, chest, shoulders, and hands last night on off spec rules. And we had the head already. So we've got 4 set season 2 as soon as season 1 drops, which is pretty sweet. Alright, let's go. Did you manage to get some rest? Is the heat still big at night? Or is it dropping down? Let's check it now. It is dropping a little bit. So it's down to 28 degrees at night instead of 30. But it's still 8 p.m. So we'll see what it is around midnight. Did I manage to get rest? I mean, I streamed for 9 hours and I finished the raid at, what time was it? About 5 a.m. And then I slept until sometime around noon. So I got a good night's sleep. No chest left. Chest is right. And it's unlocked. Lovely. We'll distract. Let's do it. Yo, granted, yeah. We're back with a vengeance. Let's get a living ruby first run. That's what I'm hoping for. Smash it. I think I'm gonna turn down my mic a little. And see if I can reduce that clicking. Seems to be a little bit better. Yeah, that's still warm. Indeed it is. But we got in the mail today nicotine patches. Going on it tomorrow, boys. We are gonna kick this filth and get serious. How about training? Oh, I gotta resist. I think we're safe here. Maybe not though. Ooh, that was close. That was close. Woke up, got a coffee. Now for the SV grind as well. Nice one, brother. We're doing it together. Making money hand over fist. Yeah, yeah. It's either 2 or 3, but I think it's 2. Only 2 resets left until Black Temple. It's better than Christmas. This is Christmas for nerded adults. I'm just gonna kill these guys if it's locked. Oh, nice. 78 seconds on major agility. Nice to get the last hurrah. I don't even think we need to heal up here. We're in harp spec, by the way. Yeah, can't wait for BT. Have to miss my guild's first raid. My buddy's having his bachelor party. Very nice. Very nice. That'll be fun. Stripper? No stripper? What's the plan? What are you doing for it? Going on holiday somewhere? Gonna get yoinked? No stripper. Strippers aren't classy anyway. We're a better night without them. Corium. We like it not because it's worth much, because we can get a shot at a gem. Yeah. Stag nights are always good crack. Heavy heads and light wallets the next day or the next week, depending on how hard you want to go. Alright, 80 gold. First reset. If we keep with that, we'll be at 400 gold, which will be nice for an hour's work. Yeah, we're gonna play a bunch of board games, music, and food. Sounds like a great night, to be honest. Board games wise, Settlers of Catan. I'll play that all day, any day. What else? Got the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 board game last year. Catan is amazing. I mean, it is. It's the board game to get people into board games. So good. My favorite move is, it's a pure rogue move. You get Monopoly, you hold on to it. You decide on a turn which resource you're going to steal. Let's say you want rock. You make offers for trades for all your rock. You trade the rock you have to people for their cards. Then you play Monopoly. You get your rock back, and you get all the other rock, and you get those extra cards. I love it. Yeah, it's a maximizing value. Catan gold farms. We, when I was living in Hanoi, I introduced my Polish friends to Catan, and what ensued and remains to this day is a love for that game by them and all of us. We got bored with the initial setup. It's pretty boring. So what we did was we bought 2 boards. Then you take all the tiles together and you make whatever map you want. You can make it in the shape of Europe, your country. You can take some tiles out of the middle to create lakes and put ports in there. You can make a new map every time. And that's so much more fun. When you have 2 games, you have more tiles, so you have more real estate, so you can increase the number of VPs to win and make a longer game, but you don't feel like you're getting shafted on bad placement because there's so many free tiles out there, and you just distribute the numbers evenly. And then we took it a step forward or further, and we made it Fog of War. So you shuffle all the tiles, turn them upside down, and you make the map you want. And then you distribute the numbers evenly. You can't flip the numbers upside down because you can get 3 6s or 3 8s, and that's just, it's imbalanced, and it just doesn't work. We tried it. But as long as the numbers are balanced, as long as you've got an 8, 9, 5, 10, 4, and a 3 or 11 around the outside, and you do that for all the way around the map, even when they're upside down, when they flip, you might be on 3 rock, but you've got great numbers and nobody else has rock. So it always balances out. When you flip them upside down and you don't know what resource you're getting, as long as you're getting good numbers, it always balances out. So that's the way we ended up playing it mostly. It's an awful lot of fun. So you don't know what you've got. You put your cities and towns down, and then once everyone's placed, you flip the tiles that are only the tiles that are connected to cities and towns. The rest of them you leave under the Fog of War. And as you build a road, whenever you build a road, whatever tile that road is connected to or pointing toward, you flip up. So it's discovery roads as you play. It's an awful lot of fun. Now we got a chest. It's not locked. We love that. We're still in our combat set. We don't love that. But we gotta wait anyway, so it's alright. That sounds interesting. Yeah, it is. It's good fun. Skomek, what's happening, brother? Hello. Finally got lucky yesterday. SSCTK. Got my tier 5 helmet and warp spring coil. That's huge. You are gonna fall in love with that coil. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's so, so good. It's the only way you can really parse on high armor bosses like Void Reaver. You'll never get a good Void Reaver parse until you have that. Yeah, massive grats. It's so good. And it procs from sap. So when you're gold farming in mana tombs and you sap a mob, it will often proc the 1000 armor pen buff, and you start the combat with 1000 armor pen and you just melt through the packs. It's so, so good. I'm last to get TST in the guild. Do you think Rogue should be higher prio because it's BIS all X-Pack for us? It's BIS all X-Pack for a lot of classes, brother. I'm pretty sure it's BIS for Ret Palas, Warriors, Hunters. And it's one of those items that's just too powerful for too many classes. I don't think it should be prio to rogues. Oh, I thought it was just warrior and rogue. Maybe it is. You could be right. I don't know the other classes. I just know how good it is. And even if it's not BIS, it's so close to BIS for so many classes. And then by the time you're getting better, it's usually 2 or 3 phases down the road. So trying to tell someone they can't roll on DST because in 6 months they might get lucky and get something better. Nah, not gonna happen. But it might be, you could be right. I just finished the Mana Tombs video. It's not as comprehensive as the other earlier videos I released on Steamvault. It just shows you the kind of rotation and my method for killing each pack around the chests. Just a little 12 or 15 minute long video just to get it out there because I said I would. And it's called Mana Tombs Stealth Farm Guide. But the tooltip says the second best gold farm in TBC. And I had to put it up there for the Mana Tomb Andes just to grease them a little bit. And if it gets reactions, positive or negative, that's a good thing. Main tank prot warrior told me not to use my expose armor because I overwrite his sunder and then he generates less threat. Oh. Do you think it's bad to not have exposed armor in raid? Yes, it is bad. You need exposed. He's wrong as long as you're using improved. Yeah. 1 point S&D, then 5 point expose. He has time to get some sunders in, which helps overall damage while you're building the expose. Of course I'm using improved. Yeah, you tell him. I'm actually not sure about the interaction of expose, improved expose with sunders. But I just know that every high level rogue tutorial, guide, post, or piece of advice that I've consumed over these years playing rogue has told me that improved exposed armor is absolutely essential and required, and I've never heard anybody say anything about Sunders. If it's not improved, 5 stacks of Sunder will be higher negative armor. Okay, it's good to know. I'm going daft here. Chasing ghost veins. I already got both of them. Alright, run 2 done. No gems so far. Well, no good gems. Barmana. I have no idea what I'm doing here, but it's chill. I like. I could say the same thing. No chest left. No chest right. Easy veins at the end. Hopefully another Corium. Addy and a fell. Alright. Chest is not locked. Really nice. Pretty smooth runs so far. Everything's up. Timing's looking good. He'll go back because she's the leader. Cheeky blind. We don't need to go deep because it's not locked. Let's go, let's get a gem. Ruby. Talishite. Take it. Oh, nice. Combat chest. So, locked. We'll kill them both. Unlocked. Click vanish. Both methods. Very satisfying to pull off. It's locked. Let's kill him. Kill them all. Alright. Greetings. What a moment to tune in to the Chalishite. Need to get back to work. Enjoy, mate. Thanks for popping in, brother. Enjoy work if you can. I hope you can. Let's kill him, kill him, kill him. Oh, we don't have evasion. That's a problem. How do we get out of this predicament? We don't. Need to check that evasion. We'll respec. Preparation. Should have prepped. Still got a few creases to iron out from my rusted 2 months off. So it seems. But it gives you an idea of how dangerous those mobs are and how hard they hit when you don't have evasion. They absolutely clatter you and you're dead very quickly. I know what the problem was. Well, not the problem, but a problem. I also wasn't in my biz. Come back here. Alright, so we'll do it like this. Blade Flurry. Adrenaline Rush is on cooldown. Blade Flurry's up. We'll go back. We have a vanish now. We'll do the old method. Sap one, pull the other around the corner, blind him, step back to the chest, open it. If it fails, we've got time to open it again. And if it fails again, then we'll kill them. Is throwing gold into piling demon slaying pots a good idea? I think it is. I think it is. But there's also this trend, phenomenon, whatever you want to call it, where people think that buying a valuable asset just before the phase goes live is a good idea, but they find that sometimes what actually happens is the price doesn't go up that much, and it actually was high because of the demand from the market, because everyone had the same idea. You get me? Now, I don't think that's going to be the case in P3, because every what is it? It's every mob in one of them is a demon and 3 mobs in the other. Something like that. There's a lot of demons, basically. And no matter how much Demon Slayer was on the market already, it's going to get chewed through really quickly. So I have 167. There's 8 bosses, I think, between Hyjal and 5 in Hyjal. Oh no, there's a lot more than 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 14. But I think it's 8 demons in total, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Between the two. Call it 10 for a wipe or 2. That's 10 pots per reset. That's if you're not wiping all the time, multiple times. So if it's 10 pots per reset, and we get how many resets? What week are we in now? Got 3 left. Maybe 20-ish. You're going to need 200 to get you through the phase. But if we want to stock into them to sell them to make money, then it's a case of you could do that. But if you're going to invest your money in anything, you want to invest your money in the thing that's going to go up the most. And I'm not sure it's going to be demon slaying. Could be haste spots. You know, haste spots you use on every boss. Demon slaying you only use on some of them. Haste spots are they're like 15 gold on my server. Maybe they'll go up by 5 gold. So you increase your gold by selling them by 33%. If you buy Demon Slaying now on my server, they're what, 550? Which is 1 gold 50 is 33% of that. So if they go up to 7, you're making 33%, and if they go up above 7, you're making more. So I don't know, it's your call. I'm just gonna keep stacking haze pots, to be honest. I just bought these kind of for myself, so I don't have to pay through the nose for them. But if they go up to 10 gold next phase, and you buy 1,000 of them now for 5k, you make 5k. If you were to buy 1,000 golds worth of haze pots, they're definitely not gonna like double. Definitely not. But probably neither are demon slaying. It's tricky. These loading screens are brutal. There we go. What's our ping looking like? 138. Very nice. No chest left. No chest right. I'm equally as pumped to get into Mana Tombs as I am to get into SV today, since we respec into Harp. Really, really fell in love with Harp. It's also the national instrument of Ireland, harp. It's on our coins. It's on the front of my passport. Yo. North Street 01 just followed. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Alright, another chest. Oh my god, it's unlocked again. This is just... they're making it too easy. I think Blizzard has a hard on for SV farmers. They're sick. They're sick of the Mana Tombs Andes. Sick of them. They love a rebel. They love someone going outside of the box. I mean, I wish that was the Blizzard that we know and don't love. What's Harp spec? It stands for Hemo, Adrenaline Rush, and Preparation. It originally is a PvP spec, but I modified it from the advice of some people in chat, actually, a couple of months ago. Said, bro, have you tried Harp spec for Mana Tombs? I said, no. What is it? He explained it to me. I thought that sounds interesting. It's a hybrid spec. You basically go down combat, you get Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush, which is lovely. And you go into subtlety enough to get %10 extra attack power, preparation so you can reset your cooldowns and go again. Hemo, serrated blades for extra armor pen. You know, lots of nice stuff. And you kind of get the best of both worlds, and you get the fast stealth, and it shreds. Mastiff TV just followed. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. We're growing strong every day, more and more. And we're in it for the long haul. We're going Wrath, we're going Classic Plus. We're doing it all. So yeah, Harp is really, really nice. We take this just because we kind of have to. Not that we really need it for MT because they're lower level, but this is such low value. It's like whatever. And this also gives us options if we do want to do some shenanigans, high level farms. If we want to try something out, this is a nice one to have. It's just peace of mind, quality of life. It's locked. We're going to kill them this time around. And we are going to prep this time so we have evasion. Alright, I'm going to switch into Harp spec now. I'll show you. It absolutely melts through packs. Yeah, so we get improved stealth, 15% speed while stealth, blind and sap, increased range, and reduced energy cost. This is way better than you think it is. You can go into Mana Tombs, get to a chest, sap one guy, and then immediately open up on one of the guys that's left and blade flurry. You don't have to wait for your energy to come back up. Sitting there for 2 seconds, it feels very slow. It makes everything really fluid. Sap straight into your opener. It really makes it like fluid. Ghostly Strike is just a nice pumper ability. We use it on cooldown. When we're not using that, we're using Hemo or Riposte. I'll show you in a minute. This is a filler. Gives us an extra combo point half the time when we open with Cheap Shot, which we always do. Serrated Blades allows us to melt through them. Gives us an extra 560 armor pen. If you combine that with Warp Spring Coil 1000, you've got 1560 armor pen on mobs. This is really nice. Gives you a basically a 50% chance to add a combo point to your target after you dodge one of their attacks or resist one of their spells. And every combat in an MT, we're using evasion. So we're dodging everything. So you're just getting extra combo points tick up, which when you're using Blade Flurry means you get to put out more 5-point eviscerates. It's just a really nice way of getting more damage quickly. And it's all about burst in there. Prep, obviously, so we can just vanish, sprint, whatever, evasion. Dirty Deeds, as soon as they go down to 20%, everything gets 30% extra. Sorry, as soon as they go down to 35%, your special abilities, which is basically any ability you use, goes up by 20%. So when they start to die, they die quick. And it reduces the energy cost of Cheap Shot and Garrote. We use Cheap Shot. Again, it makes the openings more fluid because you're not waiting for your energy to come back up. You can just flow straight into the pump. And 10% extra attack power is huge. You will never get a higher Sinister Strike crit, 5-point Eviscerate crit, than you will with this, because this is modified by your attack power. Your abilities absolutely slap with this. Over in combat, 5% dodge, because it helps us get the extra combo points. Survivability, we don't use Sinister Strike, and we don't really need Gouge with gear this good. Hit, because it's hit, and we get to do more offhand. Deflection, increases parry, more defensive. And then we get Riposte. This ability is insane. Every time you parry, for 10 energy, you deal 150% weapon damage, and it disarms the target for 6 seconds. It's offensive, it's defensive, it's dirt cheap, and it pops up all the time in fights. It's so good. Sword Spec, Blade Flurry, Expertise, and Adrenaline Rush. It's so nice. So I'll show you now how it works. Here's our Riposte. We're hitting that as soon as it comes up. And that's about it. That's about all that's different from my... And we use Hemo instead of Sinister Strike, right? Alright, so let's see what damage we put out. We hit our Ghostly. We're dodging everything, so we don't really... See how quickly I got to 5 combo points there? 2.1k. I mean, it shreds. It absolutely shreds. I think I've seen your YouTubes. Probably. If you've seen the SV farming guide. That's a cool spec. It is. It's a really, really cool spec. I love it. Still going strong, I see. Yes, Mastiff. So do you raid with this spec? No, I don't. I do not. Because with Harp, I think, what do we got? 5, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 22. Plus 3 is 25. Is 30. 5, 10, 15, 17, 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31 combat, 30 subtlety. It's technically still a combat spec. If it was one more point in subtlety and one less, and we still managed to get all those, you know, all that value, I would raid with it, because then you would technically be parsing in subtlety spec, but doing insane damage. The problem is with Harp, it's really, really good for short-term burst. It was originally a PvP spec, but it actually does less damage overall because you're losing out on combat potency. And this is probably the most powerful talent rogues have from the TBC talents. You get so much extra energy from this, which allows you to do more damage over time. So it's the best by test. Combat swords is still BIS, but you could raid with Harp, but you're not going to do as much damage as combat, and you're still parsing as combat. So on trash though, on trash packs, it might actually be BIS. Especially if you had Badge of the Swarm Guard from AQ40. Okay, let's swap back into our proper set. Are you using mix scrolling battle text? Yes, exactly. I like it. I like a kind of clean, minimalist UI, but still kind of true to classic, if you get what I mean. I do like Elf UI, don't get me wrong. But it's a little bit, and it offers incredible utility and functionality for your UI. But it looks a little bit lifeless, stale, generic. And I like to keep a little bit of the, just where the map is, you know, a sidebar, where the normal bar. I like having these old UI buttons. Just, it keeps it grounded in classic for me, which I enjoy, but each to their own. Zoe 97, great number, great number. So many good things came out in 97. I'm assuming you came out in 97 as well. What did we have? Final Fantasy 7. We had Cube. It was a great, great year for movies in general. Yeah, really, really good year of the 90s. Probably the best year of the 90s for culture. And I don't really know why I'm saying that. Just games, films, music. I just know that lots of really, really good stuff came out in 1997. Good morning, bro. Are all the chests in SV adamantite? Yes. Fell iron chests are lower level chests. They're all addies. They're either bound or just normal. And after lots of testing, and all the rogues on the Discord agree that there doesn't seem to be any difference in the loot from locked or unlocked adamantite chests. But there's definitely a difference in loot from the fell chests. They drop lower level loot and so on. Lower level mana pots, healing pots. You are correct. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Well, depending on the month, that would make you 29 or 28. These loading times are insane. There we go. It's annoying. I really want this chest to be up, because we can now get this chest with combat. Our gear is good enough. So this is locked. We're in the right set. We're in the right spec. So we're going to go deep and see if we can get 2 cracks at the chest here. Generally, we've only been able to get 1. And we got a reset from him. Okay, so our belt failed. We've actually got a, a debuff that increases the amount of damage we take, which is not great. It's not ideal. Oh, double blue. Like that. Star of Illume. We're going to hang on to that. I think they're going to bump up next phase when people get new raid gear, because not everyone's going to be able to afford to stack their new pieces of gear, because tanks generally get geared up faster or get prio or whatever, you know what I mean? And not everyone is going to be able to afford the insane epic gem prices on launch. So people will be buying a lot of Star Balloon. And we got an LPS. I think I'm going to have to spend a week learning it. You won't need a week. When you have time, someday, if you have time when I'm streaming, and just play along with me. Samwise, my first ever Twitch subscriber, he made a rogue. He leveled it, boosted it, I think, and then leveled it to 70. Went straight into the Steamvault. Never done stealth farming before. Never done rogue farming. He got himself the belt. He got himself the boots and this trinket. Within 24 hours of reaching 70 and playing along on stream with me, he had cleared a full lockout in under an hour within 24 hours. And he'd even developed his own method for a section of the pull. There's a frog here, and my method was to shadow step across to him, and Samwise realized he could run through here, hit the boots, rocket boots, and then jump here and get over. So not only did he get a full lockout within 24 hours of first ever attempting the farm, but he also developed his own methodology for one of the pulls. I love that. So it's not going to take you a week, brother. It will definitely take you a week, or probably more than a week, to get smooth at it, for sure. Alright, for those of you who don't know, the click vanish trick, a really nice trick. We click this chest, we vanish, and then we click it again while he's moving. And as long as we're lost, which we are, and as long as we click it before he gets back here and resets his state to normal state, he will no longer aggro. It's the initial click of the chest or tap of the mine that sends out the aggro. But if they're in evade state and you make that click, they won't aggro because they're evading, and then you can continue to cast it and get the chest. Really, really nice. Another tip that I was taught by other rogues in the community after I released the first farming guide here. I learned so much by making that video from other people. It's so nice. Right, this is our last run. Hasn't been great. 350 is alright. It's pretty standard. I mean, if you look up here, what's our average? It's 384. So we're about 35 gold under at the minute, but we still have to get the moats. And we got 2 more mines to get, so we might make it to average, which would be nice. Oh, that's annoying. I think we'll be able to de-aggro them here. I think we'll outrange them, but if we don't, we'll just boots out of here. No. Pretty sure we can. They'll de-aggro when we get to this corner. They should anyway. But in the event that they don't, you can jump into the water and they'll definitely de-aggro them. Yeah, there we go. We're out of combat. "52 minutes. We're definitely getting back to our post-traveling times. Pre-traveling times. What are your current goals in the game? I raid every week. I streamed last night. I was raiding. I try to parse as high as I can. So my goals are to get orange and as many pink parses as I can, and climb the leaderboards as much as possible. I'm not in a parsing guild, but I am in a very good guild, very well organized with really, really good players. It's just not that nth degree parsing level of craziness, but it's a really, really good guild and with really, really good leadership. So I love that. I try to obviously gear up as much as I can. I would love to get my hands on some glaives, but the chances for that happening are very low. My co-guild lead, Bane, has hard reserved the first pair, and after that we don't know what the loot system is going to be for the glaives. So we're going to wait and find out. So I'd love to get glaives, play through every phase, parse as high as possible, make as much gold as I can, continue to create gold farming content, streaming, develop the farm, learn even now, yesterday and the day before, still making minor improvements to the farm. Shadow stepping behind the water lilies to get to the chest, bringing them a little bit deeper into the corner so you can get 2 attempts at a locked chest instead of 1. Minor adjustments. Make the next video that I'm going to make, which I just released like an hour ago, a Manitoum's farming guide video. So I need to start working on the next video, which is going to be a phase 2 bis into phase 3 bis gearing guide, prio list, and how to swap out your items without losing DPS because you are breaking your sets. And I'm thinking it might be good for the channel, to grow the channel, that I'll do it for every class, not just rogues. Make like an hour-long video. I think the community would really appreciate that. There's not a lot of content creators going deep on Sims, so I think that could be pretty valuable. Yeah, keep pumping out content, keep streaming, get better and better. Go into Wrath, more shenanigans, Classic Plus. Gold farming is my niche. There's nobody else doing it, and I'm pretty good at it. So I'm going to stick with that and drive into Classic Plus with the same mindset. Just looking for how we can creatively use our class to acquire treasure and get rich, basically, so that we don't have to buy gold and we can play the game without buying gold. 367. Let's update. Let's get the calculator out. So SV, 384 gold is our average. We multiply that by 10. Then we add 367. And we divide by 11 to give us a new average of 382.45. We round down or up depending on if it's above or less than 50. So that's 382 for SV. And we change the 10 to an 11. Okay. And that's how we improve our gold farm. How long do we have to wait? We got 7 minutes. Okay. Let's log over to my alt. Disenchant a few things. Grab our swag and our gold from the auction house. Can you get all the nodes? Yeah, get all 4 in SV. Now, there's a Boglord node. You can get that. It's just a lot of effort. There actually wasn't one in this reset. I think we got 4 nodes in every reset, which is very rare. The chance that it will be a Boglord node, the one behind the Boglord, but you've seen the one we can get easily behind the one Boglord, but the one that's closer to the first chest is harder. You have to pull him all the way through water and run around and get back to the mine before he gets back and then mine it. It's a lot of effort for one mine. So I often don't do it, especially in the last week, because I've been really rusty and dying a lot. But now that we're getting it down to like, 50 minutes or so, I'll probably start getting that one as well, just to max out the gold. Okay, so we are getting gems back, but I don't mind that. We got a ruby back. Wow, that's rare. And I think I'm just going to start keeping the gold, because we want to have definitely a few thousand gold, maybe 5k. About 5k is probably enough. When phase 3 launches, I want to be able to buy epic gems for every piece of gear that I have on the second reset. Obviously, midnight launch, there aren't going to be many or any epic gems on the auction house, and we need to be ready at midnight to go straight into the raid. So we'll have a lockout for a week, which means we'll have an entire week to wait for the gem prices to drop back down from retarded sky person prices down to something a little bit more affordable. Not that we care. Whatever price the gems are on Wednesday before the raid or Tuesday night, that's what I'm going to buy them at. Because I'm here. Why gold farm? Why make thousands of gold and be rich as hell? What are you waiting for? What are you doing it for? Me? I want to have all the best shit in the game that I can buy, so that when I go into the raid, I can do the most amount of damage possible and try and get those sweet numbers and just pump. Love the pump. Alright, let's see how lucky we get with our swag. Level 70 green. Vendors for 2 gold, 33 silver. 3 arcane dust is worth 3 gold. So even at 3 dust, we're making money. Boots. 389 to the vendor. 3 arcane dust. Okay, so we lost 89 silver. 280. 5 arcane dust. We made money. So we're about breaking even now. 1 greater planar essence. Didn't actually look at what that was worth. 381, this one. We got a large prismatic shard from that green. So this is what you don't get at an MT. You do not get large prismatic shards from greens. You can get smalls, but not large. So that item was worth like, what was it, 3 gold 80 or 2 gold 80? And we just turned it into 20 gold. This is why you want an enchanting alt. 2 gold 30, 5 arcane dust, that's 5 gold. So we doubled our money. And that's just going to keep getting better and better, because the vendor price for these items will remain the same for the entire expansion. But the price of the materials you get out of it continues to go up all the way through until Wrath. So this is really, it just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. It's insane. Alright, we get an LPS from this one. Ring, it's worth 3 gold 80. That was a chair, I swear. Okay, let's sell some stuff. I'm gonna hold on to them actually. I need them for myself. Everything comes from motivation, and you definitely have it. I think your training and traveling has enchanted you more to be stronger with your mind and will to do things, which is nice. And that will get you results in the long run. Thank you, brother. I feel the same way. I feel like I made the right decision coming here to train, not just for the training, but also to pursue my digital dream and my passion, my love for this game, to drive that forward and keep making content. So I'm really enjoying it, and I appreciate your comment very much. Yes, that Boglord one is interesting. True, yeah. Sell the Draenite. And we're going to hold on to these actually. Coil Fang armament. Sweet. Where have you been traveling? Well, I moved to China 2 weeks ago, and I paid for 6 months, and I'm living now at a Kung Fu Academy in Muping, just outside Muping. It's called the Kunyu Mountain Kung Fu Academy, and I'm going to be training here, living and training here for 6 months. Let's take those back actually. Breakfast is at 7:30. Training starts at 8:30. Goes to just before 11. At 11 you get time off. Lunch is at 12. And then you have a few hours off until 3. And then training again is from 3 until 5:30. But every second day you go from 3 to like 4:30ish, and then the extra hour is like an optional class. So I do video production in the morning break, and I stream Manitoums versus SV in the evening, and I train in between. Although this week has been a little bit scuffed, I suppose. I have a torn, sprained, strained, whatever, tendon or ligament in my leg. I had a wisdom tooth taken out on Sunday, and I've got the shits at the moment. So I think I'm getting used to the diet or something like that. Maybe it's the heat, or just getting used to the bacteria of a certain country. I'm aware of that from traveling all over the world for the last almost 2 decades. Actually, I left Ireland in 2010, went to Australia, then Vietnam, India, back to Europe, Bangkok, Thailand, and now here. And I was living in those places for, except for India, I was just there for a while. But it's not uncommon to, when you move to a new country or even go on holiday, there'll be bacteria that you're just not used to. Your body isn't used to it. And you need to get exposed to that. And your immune system integrates, learns, and then you're fine after that. And that usually means getting a dose of the shits for a while. So definitely not something I want to do when I'm in the middle of training. So I've been chilling out the last few days, getting some rest and recovery. And next week we're gonna go hard.
Keep your wits about you.
Ow. Cool. Switch straight back into our full DPS set. And switch back into harp spec. Oh, this is so good. We get the best of both worlds. Harp Manitoums and Shadowstep SV. Doesn't get any better. Does not get any better. Oh, we do want to get to 1,000 haste pots actually. 932. So I think what we'll do is we'll buy up haste pots until we reach 1,000 clean, and then we'll start stacking the gold for phase 3. It's on the 28th, right? Which is 3 weeks from now. So we have plenty of time. I mean, we're making 380 gold an hour out of SV. We're not worried about having enough gold in 3 weeks. We're gonna have more than enough. I did mention earlier that I bought nicotine patches as well, so I can give up, stop smoking, get more serious with the training once my health recovers next week. But we just got them today. We're starting them tomorrow. And now I am going to go for a lovely, lovely fag. In Ireland and England, we call them fags. Not like that. Not like that. And I'll be back in 5 minutes, less 3. And we'll smash out some harp spec Manitoums. Yeah. The Matrix meme, right? All right, gang. Let's get ready to hear the melodious wonders of the harp in the mana tunes. We're in the right set. We're in the right spec. We're good to go. Although that was not intended. Straight away, just the speed of harp. You don't need to wait for your energy to tick back up like you do with combat swords. Just sapping, shotting, and straight in. We don't even have poisons on, and we're shredding. We got Ghostly Strike up in one. Bang that. Let's get a slice and dice back up. There's our riposte. Slapping for 1570. 1570. Insane. For 10 energy. Nice green there off one of the mobs. Alright. It's a nice start. 1.3k burst. Not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. Let's eat some mudfish. And stamina scrolls are 3 silver each. Why wouldn't you? Get yourself 200 extra health. 8454 should be 8486. 54, yeah, there we go. I was thinking that Ravager dogs might be better here because they give you 40 AP, but with this it turns into 44 AP from the Ravager dogs. We don't get that. Although I'm not sure when the Agi converts into AP, I'm not sure whether that talent applies to the AP here. Maybe it does. Maybe we're still getting that value. But Mudfish is still good because it gives us that 1% dodge. And the 1% dodge is good for setup. So, whatever. Ah, I know what I'm missing. I'm missing prep. We're never using haze pots, so let's stick it there. There's our next chest. Post 2k, not bad. Scroll of Agi, lovely. Almost 13 gold. It's probably less now on Wednesdays. Raid reset, they go up, and I haven't scanned since. Ah, I need my macro here. It auto targets, saps, and then you click again and it detargets. If you're low on gear, sap him, open on him, blind, and just kill him and vanish. We still got like 50 seconds left on vanish. Another riposte, lovely. Cloak. So we might actually just kill this guy as well. think we should be okay. Immolate doesn't do too much, but he might be a problem. I don't want to use my prep since we're 14 seconds out, so I'll just shot, create some distance. And vanish. In flames. Sup, my man. Sup, you too. Everything's good. Back in Harp. Back in MT. No big loot from SV, but a solid, whatever it was, 300 and our average dropped by 2 gold. So it was 280 or 60 something, like 360 something, I think. Okay, so now we'll prep because we're like this. Don't need to stealth there, just LPS, nice. The blues here, it's kind of like 50-50. If they're lower item level, you get small shards, which are worth a third. And if they're higher, you get large. So we got lucky with that blue. Oh, let's buy some flash powder. Highlander 795. I mean, we are very ungrateful human beings in general. But once we're put through stuff and learn a different way of life, our mindset regarding life and things changes a lot. I know that because I'm speaking from experience. I couldn't agree more. I heard a great quote. 2022 to 2024 to the start of 2025 were the most challenging years of my life. Really heavy stuff went down, and I heard some great advice in that time, and I met some really wonderful people, one of whom, a mentor of mine, remains to be one of my best friends to this day, a Catholic monk who I speak to all the time. And of the quotes or pieces of advice that I heard during this time, I think my favorite is, experience is what you get right after you needed it the most. You cannot learn and understand without that suffering, without going through that pain. So I'm 100% on board with what you said. You're dead right. And whatever you're going through, I hope that you're doing okay in it, and that you learn and grow from it, and that everything will be okay for you and your family. This too shall pass. Thank you so much for saying that, because you've reminded me of the challenges that I've gone through in these last years. And you've reminded me of where I am now in China at a Kung Fu Academy, bettering myself and pursuing a physical and spiritual dream, and also a digital dream that's based around my passion and gives me the opportunity to be creative within this context. Ups and downs of life. Okay, so I have to wait for 55 seconds. This is where I will actually pickpocket. Oh, you're from Norway. Nice. I walked the Camino last year. I walked from at the end of this trial in my life. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I was quite lost. So I decided I'd walk the Camino. So I walked from Seville to Santiago, and it was 1,000 kilometers. It took me 77 days. And then I went to Santiago, means Saint James, Saint Iago, James. And the bones of Saint James are laid inside the cathedral there. And every night when I'd finish walking, I would log on to Classic WoW on my MacBook, and I would play Classic. This last year, so we were bursting through Blackwing Lair, then it was AQ40 around this time. I cloaked that. Oh, I did it again. I killed the wrong bag. This isn't the first time this has happened. So I'd log on to Classic WoW. There's the chest there. And I'd play. I was in a guild called Aurora Borealis, and the guild leader Leka and Lep. And Lep used to be in Imbalanced, I think. They were one of the best guilds in the world back in original Classic. So really, really good player and a great dude. And obviously 77 days on the Camino, I was talking with them every night, and he invited me to Norway afterwards. And I'd never been, so I was like, yeah, sure. So I went up to his house and stayed with him and his wife and his 2 daughters for about a week and played Classic WoW, and it was a really nice way to connect with strangers who shared a love of World of Warcraft. His wife didn't love it, but he did. And she's lovely as well. And what a supportive partner who would agree to allow a total stranger into her home to stay with them. How welcoming and trusting. So that was a really wonderful experience. And God, I can't remember what the name of the little city was. But it was like right on the coast. You fly in and there's little islands and inlets and peninsulae all over the place. In a really beautiful part of Norway. So that was an absolute pleasure. So I like Norwegians, Zoe. So Okay, I'm gonna sap the Darkcaster. Open up on the priest. Just be careful of those worms. If you get too close, they'll pull as well. But when you have good gear and you can shred, you can generally kill the Darkcaster and then vanish. They do cast Fairy Fire, which blocks stealth, but you can just cloak it. Yes, like you, I dealt with lots of losses recently. It was a loss, actually, that I dealt with as well in the span of 1 month. So I'm very grateful where I am and how much I'm respecting this gift of life that I got. It's too short, but too valuable. Yeah. Hope you're doing all right, man. Can you show your subtlety spec? Yeah. It's so nice to pickpocket a gem. 1,000 kilometers. Lofoten. It wasn't Lofoten. It wasn't Lofoten. It was something shorter. I think it was like one syllable. We're going to sap. Ten seconds on flurry. And we can rush as well, which is nice. It's such a satisfying sound that Riposte makes as well, that little and we got another star. We'll keep that for phase 3. Subspec, yeah. So it's Harp, Master Deception, Camouflage, Dirty Tricks, Ghostly, 2 into Initiative, 3 into Setup, Serrated Blades, Hemel, Prep, Dirty Deeds, and Deadliness. Combat, Dodge, Precision, Deflection, the wonderful Riposte, Dual Wield. Oh, we got a Star Balloon. Lovely. From a mine. Always a treat to get a gem from a mine. Sword Spec, Blade Flurry into Weapon Expertise, and we need 1 more point in order to unlock Adrenaline Rush. So I put it in Endurance, just a little bit of extra cooldown on Evasion and Sprint is nice. And Adrenaline Rush. That's it, that's Harp. Hemel, Adrenaline Rush, Preparation is what it stands for. If you wanted to buffer out your Mana Tombs runs into an hour by pickpocketing, you could. And you can actually do it all in the last run. Because pickpocketing, when you pick the pocket of a mob, a spawn timer starts and it's between 3.5 to 8 minutes. Somewhere within 3.5 to 8 minutes, randomly, the pocket of the mob that you picked will respawn. This allows you to, for example, in the pre-patch, when I found world first Spine Sever, this one right here, and that's the one I found. After I found that in the Blasted Lands from picking TBC lockboxes from level 61 mobs, I went into ZG because it's the most nice. 2 blues. Talisites, but LPS, nice. And you could go into ZG, you do 12-minute runs, and you never even have to leave the raid. Because after you get back to the start, obviously it's well over 8 minutes, the pockets are refreshed, and you can just pick them again. So you could technically do the same thing here. The only problem is, Mana Tombs, you could probably pick your way through and be back to the start, probably before 8 minutes. So some of the mobs' pockets probably won't have reset. But yeah. I am going to kill him one of these days. I am going to solo him. I'm just going to give it a go now. I don't have the right gear you need to... There's lots of stuff in here I have specifically against him. But let's give it a shot. We have the Warp Spring Coil now. I just want to see... And we have FAPs. Good. You need FAPs. That's really important. I just want to see... we need our evasion. Okay, let's keep going. At the end, we'll come back. Or in the next run, sometime when we have our evasion up and it's convenient, we'll attempt to get him down as far as we can. We won't be able to add him to the farm for another phase or two. And even then, there's a lot of RNG in the fight, so it might not be worth it. But we got a lot of time to kill in here, because we can do it so quickly. So if you don't mind dying and running back in and stuff, let's sap the leader. It's not him, it's him. Oh, nice. We got our perceived weakness Warp Spring Coil buff off the sap. And lads, Talishite all day. What have we got? 4 of them so far today. That's nuts. But hold on to them though. I'm curious. I think Starvaloon will definitely jump up a bit next phase. So we'll see if tallies jump up with it. Time to see how well Fang will let me do in the MT farm. Let me know, I'm curious. I'm assuming you're doing harp spec. I got a purple and an orange gem yesterday. Okay, so you got shifting, you got a night's eye. and you got a noble topaz. Knight's Eye on my server are sitting at around 30 gold ish, and topaz I think are at around 75, 70, something like that. We've got 30 seconds to spare. We'll pick. You never know, we might get lucky. I haven't gotten a gem from a pocket in a long time. Oh, Talon. Right. I was wondering, I was like, okay, you're doing daggers, combat daggers, which is fine. It just doesn't slap as much. Oh, Talon. Talon's gonna shred, brother. Are you running Harp? Harp is definitely the way to go. Alright. Cheap, blind, into slice and dice, evasion, blade flurry, into nice big ghostly, hoping to get a riposte. We were hoping our blade flurry would kill the other two guys, but they both just went down to a little bit of health, and then flurry fell off, so we had to tab and give them one more crack to finish them off. He might pull them. No, that's nice. Oh, he did. Yeah, that can happen. Oh, I had a blue item, an orange, and a blue one in a run today. An orange item. Man got Ashbringer out of a TBC pocket. Back in the day, in original classic, there was all sorts of scams. There was a running theory in the game for a while that you could get Ashbringer. And maybe you still can, because the devs admitted, multiple devs in interviews across the years have admitted that not all the secrets in Classic have been found. Now, whether or not that means Ashbringer is another question. But back in original Classic, 2005, 2006, and 07, before TBC launched, finding Ashbringer was the thing everybody wanted to do and believed could be done. And there was this old scam where people would whisper you and say, I know where to get Ashbringer. And it was thought that you could fish it up in Stranglethorn Vale. So people would whisper you or put it in general chat, I know where to fish up Ashbringer. I think it was around the time where you could actually link Ashbringer in the game, even though like it's not something you could get, when people could post item links into the game. I think that was something that stirred up this ruckus, and they would try to get you to pay them gold, and then they'd tell you the spot in Stranglethorn Vale that you had to fish to get Ashbringer. It's such a good little scam, but that was the big hype back in 06. Fang is the caster sword made also. Because you have the warlock, right? I'm just a raid combat sword spec. I don't do the whole spec swap and stuff. Got you. You just stay in combat with slow stealth and you don't mind. I mean, it's fine. you're still clearing the place in well under an hour with slow speed. And I'll give you a bit of advice. Don't ever swap into a spec with the fast speed and farm for anything more than a few lockouts, because you'll never want to go back. You'll just feel like it just feels terrible to go back to slow stealth after you've been living high on the hog with 15% extra speed. First chest was good. Night's in it. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. So we want more rogues with more money. Gonzalo Carey. Yo, brother. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? Is there a chest there? No. However, we do have our evasion up and vanish. So let's see how much damage we can actually do to Tavarok. Normally for him, I would have this trinket for 400 extra health and for the heal. And I think I had some other shenanigans as well. Yeah, I used bombs the last time when I was attempting this. Well, let's definitely eat some more food. And we'll put a stamina scroll on. I brought the peasant caller and tried that. Because you can pop them. They can pull aggro. You vanish. He'll target one of them. And then sprint up here, over there. Pop your spyglass and bandage. And you can get back up to full health. And then re-engage. He'll come after you because if you have combat pets out and you vanish, even though you go into stealth, you're technically still in combat, but you can do some things that you can't normally do in combat, if you understand me. So it's a little shenanigans trick. And we'd normally have thistle tea, but we don't have that either. Alright, let's just see what we can do to him.
Stun incoming.
Ah, bollocks. It's too quick for me. I should be using Rupture here. I don't even have it on my bars. And I should have prep up to get a double evasion. It's not happening either. Nah, we're vanishing here, guys. We are definitely not prepared. We got him to 30% once. But yeah, you need to be rupturing instead of eviscerating. We need to be possibly exposing. Yeah. I love your videos. Helped me a lot with my fast mount grind. Nice one for my druid. Ah, yeah. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I made the druid video because I figured out a way that the SV farm can be done by every class. I just haven't tested it, but I'm like 95% sure that every class can do it. But I just don't have access to level 70s in every class. But I did have access, allegedly, to a druid once that I can neither confirm nor deny was not my druid. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun playing with druid. I've never played druid, so when I made that video, like, I just had to look at every ability, see what it did, and then play around for a few hours trying to make it work, and got it down. So it was fun, satisfying. And you're very welcome, by the way. I'm glad you're making money. I just released actually a Mana Tombs guide 2 hours ago. It's fresh up on YouTube. Now, it doesn't have a druid in it, but Mana Tombs is even easier than SV for druid. You come in, kill these packs, and, you know, bark skin, swipes, and it's easy enough for druid. Get the chests and the mines, and you're out of here. So you can do this farm. You can make 280 gold an hour in here as a druid. So I would recommend you do that, learn that. Then again, if you're NG and mining, and you can do the 2 chests in SV, then do that, because it's worth so much more. I've seen a lot of druids at SV recently. It makes sense now. Yeah, well, they were doing it anyway just for the mines and the herbs. But maybe there's a handful of extra druids now because of that video. Now you can actually mine this without pulling, but you have to wait for this guy to be like over here and then distract. And since we've got 24 seconds to wait on Blade Flurry, we might as well just show you. If you're low gear, out of your cooldowns, and you just want to get the mine quick and not have to fight, this is an option. But you can see it takes a while. Ah, he's still gonna pull there. Let's just kill him. More fun with Rogue. Oh yeah. Everything is more fun with Rogue, brother. Reroll ASAP. Hunters 2, yeah. Forsaken Blade. Nice name. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Lovely, we got that 1000 armor pen straight away. Just melt through them. Cat Druid is so nice to play. A lot of people have said that. Apparently, it's a very technical rotation, but a very satisfying one. So we're not too worried about this. It doesn't do that much damage. Sick, gonna check that out right now. Nice one. It's one more view. It's not as comprehensive as my other guides. If you distract them there, you can mine. But if they're anywhere closer and behind this line, then they'll pull. Perfect. Yeah, I'm doing SV with my Rogue with NG. It's so nice, isn't it? Such a nice farm. And it's worth so much money. I feel like MT is much more lucrative with how quick you can do them. I can do 5 MT runs, getting every node and chests in about 30 minutes. SV seems way longer. Okay, so in and of themselves, we don't look at gold per hour. If you're only assessing the gold per hour of each lockout for each instance, this number isn't real because you can never do, unless you have 2 accounts, you can never reach that number. The gold total at the end of 5 runs is your gold per hour. So you do 5 runs in 35 minutes. You've got 25 minutes, let's say left. You can then gold farm in the open world on your rogue because you've got lockout, or switch to an alt and gold farm. And in that sense, it can be. But if you look up here, you'll see that SV is 100 gold per hour more than MT. That's a lot. If you can make more than 100 gold in those 20 minutes doing something else, then Mana Tombs is more lucrative. If you have a second account and another level 70 rogue, which most people don't have, you could do 5 runs of this in 30 minutes, log over and do 5 runs with your other rogue, and that would be more lucrative. But as a standalone farm, SV is worth more gold. They're both amazing. We're so lucky as rogues. We have access to 2 amazing gold farms that are going to give us more than enough gold that we need for the entire expansion. And one of them is a combat farm that you can smash out and do really quickly. And the other one is a really fun shenanigans farm that I personally love to do, that kind of stuff. And it's more lucrative. So you can have a little bit less money, like 20% less gold, and bang out fast-paced, satisfying combat. And, you know, check. It's a really good way to see the power level of a new sword, DST, or DPS trinket, because you can come straight in here and just smash out packs and see what you're peaking at when you get really good RNG on your hits and crits, and how much more DPS you're doing than you were in your old gear set. So in that way, it's really nice as well. So it's an amazing farm in its own way. Or if you want to get the most gold out of your hour, then you go to SV, and SV is much more satisfying in a different way. We're spoiled for choice. The question of which one's better, it's what you like to play and how it fits your life. People who work from home in chat have told me they prefer MT because it's not as intense. You don't have to focus as much. You can semi-AFK, it's cakewalk. You do your 5 lockouts, you do half an hour of gold farming, and then you do half an hour of IRL gold farming, and that's how they work from home, which is beautiful. So they're both amazing. And, you know, I won't hear a bad word about either farm because I love both of them. You gotta love seeing those numbers and destroying mobs. It's so much enjoyment. Exactly. Very satisfying. I hope the rogue trinket drops for me on Sunday. I hope so too. It dropped for us last night in SSC. There was only 2 rogues, me and a really good rogue, Gluckfirst, who is world ranked #1 on Prince Malkazar in Karazhan in Phase 2. So if you go on to Warcraft logs and type in Karazhan Rogue Combat Phase 2, you'll see his name #1, 100 parse, which was really, really nice. He was exposing for me last night, so I got to pump. We have very similar logs. His are a little bit better than mine. His Karazhan are way better than my Kara. And I have him beaten in Gruul, Maggie, and he's got, I think, 1% more best performance average in SSC, but he has DST and I don't. So it's hard to compete when you get to the top end with someone who has DST. I mean, he did more damage than I did, I think, on a couple of bosses, even though he was exposing. DST is just so good. 2k burst. 2k or above is nice. 1.5 to 2k is okay, it's good, decent. 1 to 1.5k is okay, and anything under 1k is really, really bad and really unlucky for bursting in here. Yeah, Cat has some skill recs with power shifts and stuff. Yeah, I've heard that. You just grave the second chest, all mines, and the gas. Yeah, it's still really good money. Still really good money. Sock just the second chest. I do herb a ton on my chamois alt, so I usually 30 minutes MT lockout, then go herb in SMV or Netherstorm. Yeah, you probably get 100 gold in half an hour, right? In SMV, if it's not busy. But if there's one thing I hate when you're open world farming, it's competition. When you're going for, if you're farming LEs in Throne of the Elements, or fires in Throne of Kil'jaeden, or herbs or mines anywhere, and you're going for the little yellow dot and somebody swoops in and takes it, I hate that so much. That's why I love instance farming. It's all yours. However, Bendalat. Bendalat. Whenever I see that name, I think I'm going to learn something about how to make more money. You can make 700 to 900 gold per hour farming ZG on a mage selling bijous. So I looked into this because somebody told me something similar in phase 2, I think. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think it's kind of like the Frozen Rune farm for the Rogue farm, whereby it's very much market dependent, and I'm not sure if it's as consistent as, say, Stratholme farming or MT or SV, but it might be. You could be right. You could be right. I mean, bijous are still selling really well. Living action potions, what is it? Not living action potions. You don't need them to. You don't need but bijous for them. Jesus, you need them for, what is it again? Yeah, the swiftness of Zanza. And what else? There's like one or two other things that create the market for them still in TBC. Yeah, both MT and SV are great. Let me see what lockout we're on. Well, that's it. Yeah, one of those is a dupe. Yeah, okay. But I do trust you, Bendalat. And I'm going to look into that. Both MT and SV are great, both fun in their own ways. I love both. That's it. Same. You're playing sub spec also for killing. Yeah, this is harp spec. It's combat sub, best of both worlds, fast stealth, and big slaps. I got a 95 parse on Lady Badge and one belt of 100 deads. Oh, brother. Big GZ on the belt. That's huge. That's huge. I'd love to get it. I'd love to get my cold undead fingers on that belt. And I will someday. but big rats on that one. I even brought into the raid last night all the gems I needed for the various pieces of gear that I had SR'd if I won them, including the belt. But alas, no belt. Didn't drop. And a 95 parse is nice. Ash is very hard to parse on because it's so RNG. Which side are you on? Is the Naga or the Naga spawning in close to you so you can pump on him to keep maintain your DPS high? You know, are you getting good spawns on the tainted elementals so that you can quickly get them up and get back to her quickly? Super RNG. So if you get a nice parse on it, it's very nice because it's not that easy, even if you're a very good player and you have your rotation down and so on.
We will have justice.
Yesterday I got a cloak with Shadow Res level 70, sold that for 700 gold. This is one of the really nice things about SV. You can get those res bits with post nerf TBC this time around. Most of them aren't worth very much, but Shadow Res is still good. Frost and Nature Res capes for SSC were okay, but if it had been pre-nerf, the Frost Nature stuff would have been worth a lot more. Shadow Res was also worth a lot in phase 1 because Heroic Mana Tombs, the first boss, does shadow damage, and it was a resistance check for tanks, and it was avoided a lot because of that. So they were selling well back then as well. I donated almost all of my Shadow Res bits that I got. I kept a few. I have leather bracers here, leather belt. I gave away a cape to raid lead in AQ40 a couple of weeks ago so that he could do twins in there, and I'm kind of regretting that now because I may need to do a res set in my guild. I'm hoping I can just do the rogue strat with the necklace and rocket boots, belt, a 9 vulnerability belt, and cloak shadows. Okay, we need free action potion. We're good on that. We need 4 more of those. And we're good. Default string. So many bots now. Yeah. I farmed Addy in the Grand and it was a pain with slow flying. Yeah. Open world farming. Open world anything with slow farm. Slow flying is a pain in the arse. Okay. Wow, that's really nice. That was a Manitomb's green, so lower level, level 66. 2 greater blaners, 11 gold. So we lost money on that one. It's worth almost 8 gold to vendor, but I never vendor. Even if it says it's worth more, I'll just take the risk. I'm a gambler at heart, I suppose. Lessers. Greater, nice. Greater, lovely. I've got a nice, I'm just using a cheap little ring light here because I'm still haven't really set up proper system. But I ordered a nice, like a better desk kind of streaming soft pad. I'll show you why. The reason why I don't want to use like a harsh ring light is because of my shiny head. If I put the light up here, it just bounces off my forehead like this. Just this blinding moonlight. So I ordered like a kind of specific kind of studio light for streaming and making videos, because this, my audio is very good, my podcasting mic is very good mic, but my visuals need to be upgraded, so we're working on that. Free action, that's so expensive. Alright, we're actually not going to use reaction because we have the PvP trinket and improved sprint that breaks the net from the engineers. Oh, we did say we want to get to 1,000 haze pots, right? 932. Let's see what they're selling for on Thursday. If they're under 1550, I'll buy. 1548. God damn you, Blizzard. I think I don't have any space left on this character. Oh no, I have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll send those over.
Peace, friend.
Bendalat. I've been keeping all my fell iron ore since you told me that. Reminded me that everyone is going NG, and it's so true. It's such a guaranteed moneymaker. I don't know if they're going to go to 10 gold per bar on my server because it's a PvE server, but they're definitely going to go up a lot more than 1 gold 80 a bar, which is what they cost to craft now. I'll send those to McBacon. I'm not going to sell them. It's just my personal stash for phase 3. I should probably buy more because I was factoring in like the time for the phase at whatever it is, 10 pots per reset, even though it's a little less. Let's say you wipe of times, but of course we're probably going to be going into Black Temple for the rest of the X pack to try and get glaives, even if our guild doesn't go. If our guild decides after phase 3 not to go to Black Temple anymore, I'll just make the raids myself and HR the glaives and pug it. Cool. Let's see if we can get a bullseye. Let's see if we can get a bullseye. A Agreed, the rogues spoil us with the farms. Wish you could get Netherbloom or Nightmare Vines in instances. That would be nice. I made a lot of money in the first week. I got to 70 in 3 days and flew up to the throne of Kil'jaeden in Hellfire up here. And the first day was amazing. Very few people there. The second day was still really, really good. And the third day was okay. But then the mages and the balance and the druids started turning up with their ice lances and their starfires or whatever the instant cast ranged ability is. And you just couldn't tag anything. But while I was there for those first 3 days, there weren't many herbers there as well. And there's 2 spots for Nightmare Vine on the side of the map that I was working. And going between the spawns, I'd just be picking up stacks of Nightmare Vine as well. And it added a lot of gold to the farm. I got to 6.2k. About 5.5k of that was gold. And the rest of it, I had a stack of primal fires. I don't know how many, but I bought my blink strike then. I traded all my gold and whatever primal fires I had, and it brought it to 6.2k. And I bought blink strike week 1, end of week 1. And it was the best TBC decision I've ever made. It was so nice to start raiding with that weapon in the main hand. You can't farm 24/7, but 1 full day per week is doable. Yeah, that makes sense. I did enjoy learning the farm. I was farming that in Classic on my mage. Noggin Fogger elixirs, slow falling, hopping up onto the tree, slow falling across, pulling the crocs, slow falling around. They tried to patch it and change things, but you could still make it work. Up onto the bridge, but jumping up onto the bridge and jumping down, that was the most frustrating, because you get the pull pure clean and then you jump up onto you have to put it on RP walk and hop, because if you don't, you just hop straight off the bridge and everything kills you. And even when you put it on RP walk, you have to be at a certain position on the bridge, because if you're too far forward, it won't get up and they're all coming towards you. And the one other annoying thing is that when you start blizzarding them and you get the tigers down, there's tiger cubs that start running away at 50%, but they run back the bridge, and if you don't kill them quickly enough, they'll go and pull the guys behind, scuff the pull. But a very fun pull to learn. What's our lockout looking like? 2.5 minutes. Great. I'll answer a few more chats. I'll go for a quick smoke and then we'll bang out 5 lockouts. Swiftness of Zanzi, yeah. I do 2 logouts of MT every day after I found this farm. One when I get home from work and one before I go to bed. Class. It was open roll in a pug too. I was surprised I won. Very RNG fight. I was surprised I parsed 95 at 1k damage. Open roll. Belt of 100 deaths. Wow. That's one for the grandkids. Have you purchased any Shadow Prop beer for BT? Not yet. I have some bits left from the SV farm from months ago, but I'm probably going to try the no Shadow Res strat. BT will be pre-nerf. No, it'll be post nerf. Blizzard aren't going to pre-nerf it because it breaks guilds. People quit. They stop playing. That means they stop paying. So Blizzard made everything post-nerf to keep everybody in the game. And I personally think that's a good decision. I would much rather play in a vibrant server full of people with a rich economy that's thriving and have slightly easier raids, because parsing still adds the challenge to it. I get the challenge personally from trying to parse, pushing every last strategy, timing, all my cons. So you get the best of both worlds that way. If you want to parse, you can min max, and that makes it more difficult in and of itself. And for the people who can't or don't want to deal with really difficult raids, they get to play the game and get their loot. So everyone's happy. Phase 1, her pick Manitombs was brutal. Yeah, heroic. Yeah, it was. Got 2 large prismatic shards yesterday from greens and MT. Nice. From greens and MT, yeah. Once they go over a certain item level, you get LPS from them. But you can get the small ones too. Yeah, bro. Don't use too much hard light, or else you're going to be killing from Dragon Balls. You use solar flare on us and blind us. In TV production, they'd put up makeup on your head to stop that. The shiny dome. Yeah. It's a lot of haze pots. It is. How much gold on these haze pots? About 15,000. Holding on to adamantite and fel is good. I'm gonna have to go jewel crafting anyway, either in Wrath or I might go in phase 4 when you can make the neck and the ring. We'll see. So I'm holding on to them, and if I don't go, I'm gonna need them anyway. And fel iron I'm holding for Wrath, because fel iron bars will become worth a lot of money then. Thank you, Bendelat. Yo, granted, Botanica has nether blooms in it. Yeah, there's a lot of rogues running bot now. You can get nether blooms there. And there's some chests as well. And if you use your frost grenades properly or your boots, you can pull the guys away from the chest and get back to it. So you can get chests and nether bloom. It's nice. Unfortunately, it's not farmable as a rogue, or I'd switch to herbing. I just heard that BT was pre-nerfed since they probs want to run this phase for a good while. Oh. Is it hearsay or confirmed? I very much doubt that Blizzard, after deciding to go post-nerf SSETK, would pre-nerf BT. I think it's a bad business decision. It's not going to be pre-nerf. Yeah, no, I'm 99% sure it's not going to be pre-nerf. And I wouldn't want it to be either. I like getting in and out relatively quick, smashing parses, getting loot, and not having to deal with frustrated, sweaty people, everyone whinging or bitching or at each other's throats because they're trying to find someone to blame for not being able to get what they want. Alright, be right back. Glaives aside, what gear are you looking for forward to next phase? Looking forward to the 2 set from the new tier gear because it's actually base. In Wrath. Wrath, phase 1, 2 set, Slayers is bis. The 5% extra haste is huge. Slice and dice is a little bit more or a little bit less. I can't remember which, but it's very close in the terms of haste it gives you to a haste pot. Think about that for a second. You have an ability that allows you to constantly have a haste pot running. That's how good Slice and Dice is. And Slayers gives us 5% extra haste. %, up to 35%. That's insane. Absolutely insane. That's like 17% more. 17% better slice and dice value. So I'm looking forward to that. And the 4 set is not very like exciting. Like neither they don't do anything like super interesting, but they just provide so much value. 6% extra from your combo point generator, so just big damage. Mark of Sargeras, the helm, is a really cool item. It's like DST in phase 1, Belt of 100 Deaths phase 2, Cursed Vision, sorry, of Sargeras phase 3. It's the god tier item for the phase, so looking forward to that too. The bitching is just bad. Yeah, it's never good. Never good for a guild. Never good for the game. It's not enjoyable. I mean, some people, toxic people, sociopathic, sadistic, Machiavellian people like drama. But not the rest of us. Alright, nice one. 2 easy nodes coming up. And a locked chest. Oh. I keep forgetting to do this. I didn't update the MT. I'll click back through the stream and update it. Alright, because it's locked, we're going to use our new meta. It's the same pull, but we just go deep into this corner and we can get 2 cracks at the chest. And this is looking really nice. Do we have everything on? Yeah. This is the trickiest pull. You don't want to pull them. You don't want to pull them. No resist. That's great. Oh, a little bit early. Oh, well, that was close. Another star balloon. Wow. Greens and blues all day here. And I don't actually think we would have got 2 cracks. You can get 2 cracks at this one, because when they run back, for some reason, they path here and then they go over here and then come this way. So I think that chest maybe won't work. THC Receptor, thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. Every day we're getting more follows, we're getting more subs, whether they're on YouTube or Twitch, doesn't matter. We're growing, we're moving forward, we're pursuing the dream. Alright, this one's unlocked. I think we'll use our cloaking device here for this one. Just for the lulz. Tier 6 Rogue Helmet is not really far behind Sargeras, and it's so easy to get, so I'll leave Sargeras to other classes. I've heard that. I've heard that it's not that huge for us. I think it's a lot better for other classes, but it looks cool. I'm legally blind. Sargeras. Friendly tip, when Wrath hits, you're going to level in Storm Peaks and you'll have Sons of Hodor quest chain. Be sure not to finish it on a farming character, because that way you'll be phased out from people that are level 80 and you can farm Ellies. That'll award you with, yeah, Crystallized Fire and Eternal Fire. Yeah, at the Forge. And they have Hyperspawn. It's a great farm. Wow. Ah, it's a shame though. You can't do it on your main, because Sons of Hodor gives the base shoulder enchant for the X-Pack. But on a farming character, that's a great shout, man. Thank you, Highlander. That's some base knowledge from Highlander there, guys. We'll just use our cloaking device. It's a free vanish once an hour. Classic trinket. Engineering 200. Lovely. LPS and a scroll of strength all day. We'll take that all day. Is SV worth it just for the mining nodes? Probably not. I think the mining nodes are worth roughly half of the gold per hour, but that's only at the bottom end of what's possible, because the real topping out this gold farm comes from good RNG on chest loot and gems. That's where you make the real money. And even though it's a solid 300 gold per hour, if you don't get any gems and you don't get any good blues, just with greens, a few scrolls from chests and the mines and the gas cloud, you're sitting at around 300. But the thing that motivates you, or motivates me in here, is gem drops blues, LPS drops, double gems, double rare chest, 1 gem, 1 blue, and the shadow res pieces, or very valuable pieces. In phase 1, there's 2 bits in here that were bis for shadow priests. There was a cape of shadow wrath or bracers of shadow wrath, can't remember which one, and there was a wand of shadow wrath, and at least one of them was bis, and the other 1 or 2 were almost bis, so they were sell for a lot. So the kind of RNG gambling casino aspect of SV is something that's keeps the farm very exciting. Yeah. But Sons of Hodir shoulder enchant is account wide. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for reminding me about that. So many things to remember, you always forget. Which is really nice when you've played this game since 2006, on and off. When a new phase or expansion comes out, you get to remember and rediscover all these really valuable little tips, tricks, techniques, trinkets, secrets. I love it. That's everything, right? Moats, Addy fell, chest 1, chest 2 fell, Addy, yeah. 87 gold, almost 90 gold, first run. If we keep that up, that's 450 gold. And we didn't even get a decent gem. Three mana potions is nice. And a scroll of strength is 10 gold. SVNG video guide still actual. Yeah. There's a couple of minor improvements, tweaks to it, but that video is the base. It's 95% of everything. The only improvements have been minor innovations to certain pulls. Although there was quite a major breakthrough yesterday or the day before yesterday. I discovered that my gear level at now is good enough that I can combat this first chest. So we no longer have to worry about one, if it's locked and only getting one attempt at the chest, and there it is. So we'll be doing this. One, if it's locked, and two, there's a bug that can happen with this chest specifically, whereby even after you vanish, it remains grayed out, which is very annoying. Let's put our poisons up. Bollocks. Took my eye off the ball. Excuse my language. But we did get a scroll of strength. But yeah, took my eye off the ball. I should have vanished, waited for them to pass, and just nuked her down. But yeah, basically, there you go. you can combat chest this one, which is a really nice quality of life improvement, to be honest, because that chest in particular was the most frustrating chest. Not because the pull was particularly difficult, but because of that bug. And if it was locked, even if you take them to the top of the stairs, you generally only got one attempt to open it. And it's always fun to do a little bit of combat, and you can get greens from the mobs and maybe even a blue, or if you're super lucky you could get an epic. I've never gotten an epic in Mana Tombs, and I think when I leveled to 70, the first epics I saw were in Sethek holes, and I saw like Charlotte's Eve, Charlotte's Ivy, and one or two other epics in Sethek holes. So Mana Tombs is just below the level requirement to drop epics, I assume, because I've done enough kills in there now where I feel like, well, I haven't actually, but I think it's a little bit under leveled for epics. And if you can get epics in there, I think they're super rare epics. So the combat farm in here is nice because it opens up that opportunity as well. I did 210 gold in the 5 logouts in MT. It's a little low. Are you doing like mining and the chests? 4 mines? 2 mines and the chest. Let's sap her because she's the leader. And he'll just chill there. No, he's the leader. No, she's the leader. He was just moving. I am looking forward to having enough gear to be able to do. You got to be careful here, because if you go too close to him, he'll pull, or him. They see you in stealth further away than they see you if you're not in stealth. It's something interesting about those mobs. But I'm looking forward to having enough gear to be able to do Mana Tombs Heroic farm. It'll obviously take longer. It'll be much more difficult. It'll be like being in pre-raid gear, going in there. We'll have to use all our tips, all our tricks. But that gold farm will be worth more, because we'll be getting 70 loot from chests. But that probably won't be until end of phase 3 or end of phase 4. That's my hunch. I miss farming so much, but need to farm Mara, my main S-Priest. So all of my lockouts are used. Exotech! Mate, long time no see. Lovely to see you back in the chat. Nice. Exotech. I remember you taught me more than a few things, I believe. I can't remember because I learned so much from so many different people, but I remember your name. I remember you teaching me something valuable. Mining in chests, yes. 210 and sending everything to my enchanter to D. 210 is a incredibly low. Depends on your server. Server dependent because the value of the assets is only as valuable as your economy allows them to be, right? But I don't think I've ever had a 210 mana tune. That's super low. I think probably good to go now. Did we get a double? Wow. That's rare. Ooh, that was very lucky. Five. That's the best you can get. Okay, well, we're nicely ahead of time here. So I think we'll fill out the extra time we have and get the Boglord vein. This is the most technical pull. We're going to distract these now. You need these guys to be at this wall and these guys to be there but moving in this direction when they pull. if you don't have them there, then the tail end of these packs will pull them. Although combat chest here made this a little easier, which is nice. A little bit scuffed, but we made it. Oh no. Using that pot means that I don't have a swim speed potion. So this could go badly. Need to start swimming now. Yeah, we might be dead here, guys. We might have to vanish. Yeah, we definitely do. That's the beauty of water walking. You know, it is expensive, but being on top of the water here, we can boots, we can sprint, we could prep sprint. I forgot using the swim speed pot means you can't use swiftness. Whatever, we'll leave it. 12 and 12 is 24, so we've got a minute and 15 to get out and still be in time. Being in stealth and swimming, not a pro move. Wouldn't recommend it. For MT, do you pickpocket or just rush chests and nodes and bounce? I just rush chests and nodes and bounce. I've picked a lot of pockets and I know the drop rate is extremely low. And while it's kind of easy to do, the thing that really puts me off is the fact that once I get out of the dungeon, even with a macro that I can just spam click this, it will auto unlock anything in my bag and then auto open it and then move to the next one. You still have to sit there clicking on all this stuff, and it won't auto sell because it's lots of it's white, and the chance to get a gem out of a lockbox is actually a lot lower than the chance to get a gem straight from the pocket. So I just don't bother. I'm making enough money. I'd rather take that 20 minutes over to the alt, do some auction house work, disenchant stuff. You know, I've got 10 minutes to spare, do something else. I used to pickpocket in here when I was pushing the farm after making the video. Pushing the farm to the max and just trying to absolutely gold max it. But after doing it for a while, you need to have a complete, not a complete, but you need to have a pickpocket set for a spell hit. So you don't get resists, and you still get resists if you're not close to a safe spot or quick on your feet. You'll die. It's just a lot of risk for not much reward. That's unlocked. Lovely. We're in the right set. This looks pretty good. We might have to distract them, I think. And that should be perfect. I'm actually not going to use my distract here. I want to save it for the water alleys. Oh, we got feared. In case they're coming close to the chest. We got silenced. Vanish. We're okay. We're okay. We got another. What the hell? I couldn't distract because I was silenced. 3 sacred crests. Mental. It's never happened before. Triple the same blue. Chained one after the other. That's locked. We don't have our cloak. We used our prep to vanish there. 3 minutes, so we'll go and get the mines modes. Yo, Brody Cody. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. Those follows are racking up. We stream every day, Monday to Friday, from... What's the server time now in EU? 5:30? 7 to 11, 4 hours. From around 1:30 or 2 p.m. Somewhere between 1:30 and 2, server time EU. Till probably sometime around this time, maybe 12:30. We're going to do that Monday to Friday, and we're just going to keep comparing SV to MT all the way through to Wrath to prove once and forever that SV is better for gold per hour and MT is better for cakewalk, working from home, split priorities. And during my lunch breaks, which are 6 hours earlier than my raid time, I'll be video editing and making content for Rogue moving forward. Gold farms, phase-to-phase base lists, upgrade prio, and any shenanigans or new breakthroughs we make. I discovered how to get into UBRS this time around and get to rend solo. You don't need to channel the little box in the Pyro LE first boss room anymore. You can target a mob behind the door, wiggle the crack, and shadow step through. So we did that in phase 1, and after my 12th solo rend kill, I managed to bag a Fell Striker, which is Bis in Wrath for the Karagold farm, and also Bis in Wrath for AoE raid DPS. So you don't have to wait until Wrath pre-patch when they make UBRS accessible without the channel, because you've only got 10 days to get Fell. You can do it right now. You can be getting Fell right now if you want. Classic Rogue Gold Farm. Oh, I've got plenty of them. I definitely have opinions on that, and I'll get back to you on that after this poll. Okay, what's your opinion on classic rogue gold farming? I've been making my money farming SM Scarlet Monastery graveyard chests. Yeah. So end game, you have a few different options. There's some really good niche farms that are amazing at different points in the game. The SM chests farm is amazing on a fresh server because you can go in there at level 30, between 30 and 35, depending on your skill level and professions. But you can go in there and Blade Flurry, sneak through, Blade Flurry down the non-elite ghosts, open the chest in the courtyard. You can solo each of the 3 rare spawns that can drop there, and each one of them has a really good item for us. And you can farm that place all day. You can keep killing the non-elite ghosts. They drop raw silver, silk cloth, and greens, and you can level up in there to 40. By the time you hit 40, you have more than enough money to buy your mount. So it's a really nice little fresh server farm. But in terms of base gold farms, you got a couple of options depending on what you like. I don't know actually what's true base, because I never, in order to compare them, you'd need to swap professions, farm one for a month, swap professions, farm the other one, and even then it's hard to say, because phase by phase the value of things changes. But you can go into Diremol East. I love that farm. As a herbalist, you go into Diremol East, you drop down into the garden, you can farm Dreamfoil, Rom's Blood. Inside, you can get Ghost Mushrooms, 4 spawns. There's 2 chests you can get in each dungeon, and they can drop Traveler's Backpacks, and they drop greens, obviously. You can disenchant. If you really wanted to min-max your gold, you'd go, well, you could always have an alt that had alchemy, but anyway, herbalism for the mushrooms, Grom's Blood, and Dreamfoil. Grom's Blood is used for Mighty Rage Potion, so it sells all the way through the expansion, although it's obviously not in demand as much as major mana potions, which you can craft with Dreamfoil. So Dreamfoil is worth a lot more. And Ghost Mushrooms are Elixir of Shadow Power for Warlocks and Shadow Priests, and a couple of other in-demand pots or elixirs. So everything in there sells really well. As you are moving through the farm, you kill satyrs, they can drop fell cloth, and it's just a really nice place to farm. I love the dungeon design. It's a lot of fun. So Dire Mole East is definitely up there, top tier. The first video I made, I went into Zul'Gurub and developed. I had this crazy idea to see if I could figure out how to mine every single node, mining node, Hakari, thorium vein in the instance, solo as a rogue. And after a lot of dying, theory crafting, testing, I managed to do it. So that was the first video I made on my channel. It's like 6 years ago. So you can do that. You can do it two ways. You can be mining an NG and you can mine all the veins, although there's a couple of veins like the Boglord in here, even harder than Boglord, that just aren't worth it. But you can get usually 3 out of 4 veins on average. And arcane crystals, obviously. So you can do that with NG and mining, or you can decide to go mining and herbalism. And if you do, I actually have a level 60 Night Elf Rogue on Era servers right now that I'm leveling NG with and herbalism. So I can remake that video, but doing it the mining herbing route, just to see how much money it's worth. It's going to be worth a lot. And that way you can't get as many mines in each reset because you don't have access to the NG trinkets and items that you need to get some of the mines. But what you lose in mines, you make up for in herbs. And every herb you drop, or herb in there, has a chance to drop a bloodvine, which is used to craft the bloodvine set for casters, which gives them much needed hit. So herb mining, solo ZG, or herb alk, or herb whatever you want, Dire Mole East. Both of those are really good. And if your gear is good enough, you can even do, now I never did it, but I'm certain that it can be done. You just need to have the right gear. But being able to do Dire Mole East and solo the second boss and the last boss, so you can get into the tunnel and mine the 3 veins. Oh, it's a shield though. It's a shame. It's shadow res, but it's a shield. Maybe, okay, so not for a tank, because obviously they're going to want the best shield they can get. But maybe for Holy Pala, maybe. But I doubt it. So yeah, brother, those are my recommendations. Dire Mole East or Zul'Gurub. And if you want a guide on how to do Zul'Gurub, go to my channel, Rogue's Diary on YouTube, and look at my videos, and then sort by date and go to the oldest one. And it's like got 60,000 views. It's how to solo mine every vein in Zul'Gurub. Now, since then, I've learned new strategies that make certain veins much easier, like for example using the gnomish mind control cap, which I never did 6 years ago. So I need to update that video as well, but go and have a look at that one. And if you want a good Dire Mole East farming guide for Rogue, I didn't make one. I should, but what's his face, Frostadamus has a decent one on his channel. I would watch that. So we can do the click vanish here. We're out of loss, so we can stand here and not pull. We will pull when we click the chest. Then we vanish, and when he's running back and evade, we re-click and we can get it. Like so. What is it with the dupes today? 3 leggings of the crest and 2 dragon scale shields. Crazy. Brody Cody. I'm finishing off my LP in lockpicking in BRD right now. What, zoning in, opening the first gate, picking it, picking the door, going back out, and repicking. That's like the last 10 levels or something, isn't it? Or you're just pickpocketing the mobs and opening the heavy junk boxes. Farming the arena mobs, yeah. It's a good one. It's a solid, it's a very old school, classic rogue farm. One of the original OG farms. And one of the first botted farms in the game. I'm definitely gonna check your guides out, yeah. Do. I need to make more. I need to make more, because Classic is never gonna die. I know Classic Plus is coming, but even if it succeeds, there will always be a player base for Classic. So part of my project layout moving forward is to get that rogue I mentioned on Era up. Oh nice, okay, we have double vein, so we're going to pull the Bog Lord and try and get both those veins. Yeah, get that rogue up with NG and or mining and herbalism, or NG and mining, whichever one it is. Update the Soul Grub farm, do the Dire Molise farm. Once I get herbalism, have to switch over as I mentioned. Do the Silithus Tunnels farm. Just do all of the rogue gold farms in Classic and release videos for all of them. Not locked, lovely. We're in the right set. I think we're going to have to wait. Even if we distract them, I don't think 10 seconds is enough. Although it might be. Let's see. Yeah, it will be. Just about. Fuck. Sorry. The language. I fat fingered my shadow step. What the hell? Okay. Gotta stop doing that. I moved from my Mac to Omen, HP Omen 16 laptop, and still not quite used to the keyboard, so there's a bit of fat fingering going on. Alright, we'll get it on the way back. Solo dungeon leveling mages from level 42 plus was so OP in vanilla. You could power level 42 to 60 in ZF, you mean? Not ZA. Zul'Farrak. Yeah, that was amazing. And you can do it with Palas as well. The most... You can actually do it at 40 in Zul'Farrak, but you need the right gear, and you wouldn't want to go in and learn it at 40. 42 is better for newer players, but you can definitely start at 40. And you get a new Blizzard of 44 as well. Or maybe it's 42. Yeah, that feels unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I didn't mean to do that. And we might make it back in time. And we might not. We'll see. We can always go to a reset spot if we have to. You could power level, yeah. And in Sunken Temple, I did the Sunken Temple one where you run down to the last boss, Irenicus, and aggro him, and then run up and jump on the little thing and run around, and all of the mobs, all of the dragons come down to the boss. And then you freeze them in place, run around, jump up onto the ledge, ice block, and then just path them back and forwards. Very, very fun. Really, really satisfying. And of course, the Maradon farm. But that's not really a leveling farm. Still. I have Blade of Eternal Darkness in my bank. In Classic, last time round, I farmed over 700 solo princess kills on my mage because I didn't want to wait for AQ patch, because in AQ patch they increased the drop rate on dagger to something like 2%, and before that it was like 1 in 400 chance, so it was 0.25% chance. Oh, nice one. We got our vanish up in time. And I was stubborn and I wanted to get it in early. I didn't want to wait to have it. And I farmed over 700 runs of Princess on my MacBook Pro with a trackpad, no mouse, while I was walking the Camino last year. Oh shit. That's annoying. Alright, let's go and get the mines and the moats. It's 2 chests we have to get on the way back this time. Whatever. A little bit slow with that one. And so, in that time, somewhere somewhere in between run 600 and 700, I made this rogue, and my mate Zvercho, who was also a rogue, decided he was going to make a warrior, and he leveled his warrior up, and he wanted to get some pre-raid bisque gear. So he asked me if I could go to Mara and help him farm the Blackstone ring, the one hit 20 AP ring. And I said, yeah, no problem. And I had a well-geared, full tier 2 mind quickening gem, very well geared mage. And I also had a rogue that had the 2 Zul'Gurub. I got the 2 Zul'Gurub fist weapons at level 59. They both dropped in the same ZG. My guild carried me through ZG to get me gear so that I could go into BWL as soon as I hit 60. Almost everything that could have dropped for Rogue dropped, and I won every item except for one. And the only one I didn't win, the Lizard Scale eye patch that gives you like 44 AP and 2 crit. I didn't win that because I didn't roll on it because I felt selfish because I was 59 and I'd won everything else. The first fist weapon dropped. I won that, rolling against another rogue. Second one dropped in the same run. You don't understand how insanely rare that is. So at level 60, I equipped both of them, went into BWL, and I was 3rd DPS on Veil and got a really high parse as a fresh 60 going against warriors who were in full rank 14 gear because I got really good procs on the attack power bonus. It was so much fun. Unbelievable. So much fun. Did we get the moats of water? Yeah. So my mage, he asked me to go down to Mara, and I was just going to go on my mage because I was so used to going to Mara on my mage. But because he had asked for help, I was totally out of context for the dagger. I'd forgotten that I didn't have it. I'd forgotten that I was farming it because, you snap into farming mode and you go down and you just do run after run after run after run for a few hours. And he asked for help, and I was like, what I was thinking was, yeah, we'll go down there. He was fairly well geared already, but he wanted the ring. And I knew that we could duo farm or duo her together. That was going to be fun. So I logged on the mage, and then I thought, you know what, let's go on the rogue because he's well geared now, and I think both of us can pump her down as 2 level 60 melees, and it'll be a nice fun challenge. So I jumped on the rogue, met him down there, we went in, we killed Princess, and what dropped? This one. Over 600 runs on my mage, and the one time I go in there on my rogue, it dropped. He was laughing. You should have seen the amount of capital ha-ha-has in the chat. I was heartbroken. It took me about another 100 runs or something, and I finally got it on my mage. But yeah, there it is. But these are the stories, the World of Warcraft stories, the memorable moments that you get every season around. Yeah, the resists are brutal at 40 and 41. You're right. You're using rank 1 blizzards, and there's always 1 or 2 mobs coming through. You're constantly hopping back and over on the corner of the wall. It's annoying. But yeah, 42 is the sweet spot, as you say. At 350 runs for Mara at the minute post-patch and still looking. Okay, so we didn't get the... I've shadow stepped behind him out of stealth 3 times and managed to not pull him because of the aggro heartbeat mechanic. There's a certain point of time where if you get close to a mob, it won't aggro. It's like a heartbeat kind of thing. And 3 times on that mob in particular, I shadow step behind him and run away and not pull them. Epic dagger. That's unbelievable. Rogues and mages have... Oh, shit. Can I just kill her? No, they're all coming after me. I'll show you the reset spot. That's up here, second. There's a few of them around the place, but there's 2 really useful ones. The one I showed you already up there, hopping up and down. Oh, they might be coming this way. We'll see. I'm either going to die here or I'm not. It's the most obvious thing anyone's ever said. But yeah, Blade of Eternal Darkness is probably the most iconic, broken, in the most fun way, weapon in WoW, in the classic canon. Even after they patched it, it used to proc off every mob hit from every arcane explosion. So you'd cone of cold the mobs. In Mara, for example, you might have 50 mobs, 100 mobs. You have them all nicely stacked together, cone of cold them, and then you're out of range and you're running around kiting them, and you hit a rank 1 arcane explosion, and your mana just goes from 0 to 100 every time, basically, you arcane explosion. That's annoying. The safe spot is right there. And you just swim into the corner and hold down spacebar if you're swimming, and your character model just goes like up and down, and they just freeze where they are, and after 10 seconds they reset. Alright. Ah, nice. Oh no, I thought we were closer. So Blade of Eternal Darkness, they then patched it so that it wouldn't do that, but it still gave you, from flame strikes, it still gave you mana back, and from other things as well. Can't remember exactly what now. Maybe Frost Nova? Anyway, post-patch, post-nerf, it's still the BIS AoE farming weapon in Classic, the BIS AoE farming weapon all the way through TBC, and in early Wrath, it's still the BIS AoE farming weapon for the mana regen. That's how broken that weapon is. It's absolutely insane. And the thing I love as a rogue is that we have our own version of it. Now, it's not BIS, it's pre-raid BIS in Classic for DPS, and then it stops being BIS for anything after that until Wrath. And in Wrath, this is the item that allows us to break the game and become, we're the best AoE raid DPS class in Wrath all the way through the expansion because of Fellstriker. And we have access to one of the best, if not the best, gold farm in the game in the form of the Carafarm using the same weapon talent combo to give us infinite energy, fan of knives, infinite fan of knives. Just spam, 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 spam. So yeah, get your Fell Strikers. And if you don't know how to, there's a video on my channel, how to solo Fell Striker in TBC right now. Started bringing level 60 PvP boots and swap on and off for the sprint. That 3-second sprint is really, really nice. Yeah, it's insane. And the TBC versions don't have it. That, and 3 seconds is a lot. It's an awful lot. So yeah, it's a great call. And a really nice little trick. I remember during original WoW, I went to do the Oracle's rep farm for the egg that hatches into the Proto Drake, yeah. On my warrior so much, I farmed and farmed and farmed, it didn't drop ever. And then I went on my alt paladin, I got it first egg, 1% drop chance. I was so tilted, my pala was in full blues, while my warrior was almost bis. These are the things we never forget. The highs and the lows. That's crazy. Doesn't the capex needed for SV for bombs, boots and pots make it not worth it? Have a look at the gold difference up there. We're not spending 100 gold on cons for this. Not even close. The frost grenade you don't always need to use. You only use it on one chest, and sometimes you don't even use it on one chest. Because you can long pull without using the grenade on every chest. Swim speed pots are 50 silver each. If you want water walking, sure it's expensive, but there's usually one day of the week where it's much cheaper. But you can do it with the Azure Silk belt, which gives you a flat 15% swim speed increase. So just with the Azure Silk belt, and you don't have to use Frosties. I like them because they give you 5 seconds, but you can just as easy use Fell Iron Bombs. They stun for 2 seconds. It's enough time to get boots and burst away and get to the chest and open it if it's unlocked. And if you get lucky, you crack it even if it's locked. So no, not at all. You still make way more in SV, but it takes longer. It's a dedicated grind that you can loop around. Ah, that's annoying. Really, really bad timing. Yeah. I'm not leaving without this chest. I'll give you an example right now. We'll just do a long pull. We're not gonna NG. We won't use any consumables except for a 50 silver or 1 gold swim speed pot. This is the non-NG pull. And you can do this for every single chest in the first room. And you don't need any NG for the second chests. Also, I discovered a new meta for the first chest in the dungeon 3 days ago. Now that our gear is good enough, we can actually just kill that 3-pack and take the chest. Here we go. Yeah, it's nice. This is going to be a problem though. Yeah, we're going to have to improvise here. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're dead. This is a cursed lockout or a cursed instance. Oh, nice. Look at that. We got the Twin Spires. What lockout are we at? This is the last one. So we're getting that chest. Yeah. And then we'll switch over to Harp and go into the Mana Tombs. Yeah, mana. I love Mana Tombs as well. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's a lot less gold per hour, but it's a cakewalk. You can do it in 30 minutes. So for me, it's like, which one's better? They're both really good. They're both BIS for different reasons. For straight gold per hour, it's SV. For quality of life and working from home or whatever, it's MT. They're both really cool farms. And we're lucky to have the option to be able to make more than enough gold with both of them to get everything we need in this game. So for me, it's not a question of which one's better anymore. It's a question of which one's better for you. I love them both. And I fell in love with Mana Tombs even more since Harp Spec. I mean, look at this. We have one chest to go, and there's a mine there. I'm not getting Boglord. It's too... Well... Oh, we don't have any grenades left. I'm gonna see if I can do it without grenades. Just using rocket boots and bursting out. I think it's possible. But we just have to be very, very careful about our timing. I mean, we could put Cripple up and what are we, how many targets? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'd have to tab, shiv, tab, shiv, tab, shiv, tab, shiv, tab, shiv, boots. 6 targets. 100 energy. Shiv is 34. So no, we won't be doing that. Why did they stop? What the hell? Oh, did I disconnect? What's going on? Am I about to get disconnected here? What the hell was that? Server lag, maybe. Rogue is best. I'll throw on the dagger and P45 should be a lot easier with all the gear. We finish our last speed boss kill runs 0.1% short of 99.99. That is painful. I feel for you. That is painful. Yeah, I really didn't have luck. I was also the man that went into Icecrown Citadel and was farming shards for Shadowmourne, and in the whole raid I got only one shard, and that was the Lich King shard that has a 100% drop chance. Damn. Damn. We've all had phases like that. We've all had expansions like that. Everybody has a story like that. Forgot how fast that swimming potion is. Yeah. Point taken. Does the weight in the water change at all between having only Azure and swim speed pot? Yes, it does, of course. But I don't know by how much. I just got set up streaming again after 2 months of traveling. I had to go back home. I was in Europe and I couldn't focus on streaming or making content. So I was doing MT here and there where I could while I was traveling. Another bonus for MT, just being able to bang it out in 30 minutes. Amazing. So we were very rusty with this farm, and it's taken us like the last 3 days to kind of get back into it. So I don't know, but yes, the timing for changes depending on whatever thing you're using, 100%. I think that the I think that oh no, the Ellies aren't there. Nice one, nice one. There you go, boys. You don't even need grenades. You don't even need grenades. If it ain't locked, no grenades, no free action potion, nothing. Just boots and the will to live. 391. Tell you what, let's get this one at least, and we'll Hearthstone from here just so we can get it up to 400. Although it's fell, so we won't unless we get a gem. $395.50 exactly in the middle. The question is, do we round up or do we round down? Because if it's whenever it's 49 or below, I'll say it's 395. But whenever it's 51 or above, I'll say it's 396. So let's roll for it. $73. We're rounding it up, boys. 396. So let's get my calculator out. Okay, SV is 382 multiplied by 11. 4,202 plus 396 divided by 12. For a new gold per hour average of 383.16, we round down, so it's 383. as we get more and more lockouts done, the swing in the gold per hour just gets less and less and stabilizes. Even if we got 2 living rubies now, even if we got a living ruby now, it wouldn't push the gold per hour average up that much. And the more we do, the more stable it becomes. So this is getting quite conclusive. I'm going to do this now actually. I forgot to do the last MT. So we're going to add that now before we go in for the next MT. I logged off, and when you log back in, the Kiwi farm resets itself. So I lose the 299 gold, 34 silver. So 299 from the last MT. So MT 279 multiplied by 10 is 2,790 gold, and we add 299 and then divide by 11 for a new average of 280.81, rounding up 281 gold. At 11 lockouts. Okay. I need to switch my headphones because they just died on me.
Everything has a price.
Sweet, we're back. We're gonna go into MT. Perfect. Swap our set. Swap our spec. Nice. We can go straight in, no downtime. And then we'll have a super big batch to disenchant and sell when we finish this run. And it's 12:15, so after this one, I should really probably go to sleep, but I don't know if I will. I am sick and I'm injured. And they told us this week, because of the heat, no one can sleep, that you don't have to train. So I might stay up tonight. Just give myself this week to recover, or these next couple of days in the weekend to recover, and then go full bore again on Monday. Point taken. Does the weight in the water change? Yeah, okay. Can you do MT with almost pre-bis gear? Almost pre-bis sounds a little bit sketchy. What you really need for MT is a good main hand weapon. If you don't have a good main hand weapon, it's going to be very hard. But the easiest way to get one, and I literally just released the MT farming guide today, like 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, before I started streaming. It just shows you how to deal with each pack. The best way to gear up for this is go into Battlegrounds and just farm honor by the Season 1 PvP weapons. Excellent weapons. Really, really good. Like, they're on par, a little bit lower than the Blink Strike or the BIS stuff. Like, just underneath them. So they're excellent. And also buy the PvP gear. You can buy it with honor, or if you're honored with Thralmar, Shatar, Cenarian Expedition, there's like, I think 5 or 6 pieces. And you can get them with rep, buy them with gold or honor. Get the 2 weapons, get that set, get a 2 set or a 4 set. Put a load of stamina gems in it. You get a load of resilience, so you won't take too much damage. And that's more than enough. You can easily do MT with that gear. But anything beneath that is bad. We're blessed in one way as rogues in TBC because we have access to 4 base phase 1 weapons that are all within 1% DPS of one another. Blink Strike, Dragon Maw, Hopebender, and Spikeblade. Hopebender drops from Doomlord Kazakh. Spikeblade drops in Kara. Blink Strike you can buy as a world drop if you have the money. And Dragon Maw you craft with blacksmithing. The Season 1 weapon isn't on par with those in terms of DPS, but it's close. You can still do really good damage with it. So it's more than good enough for MT. But here's the caveat. Beneath that, there are no good main hand sword options, really, from any of the endgame dungeons. We don't really have anything that's really that good. So just farm honor, get those. Good to see you still going. Kronk92, you too, brother. Good to have you back. I'm back on TBC after a long break and glad my rogues still is my gold machine. I was having a break as well. 2 months, was traveling, haven't been streaming. I literally just started again on Saturday, so great timing, brother. We're linked in liminal space, I think. You can MT with fresh 70 honor PvP blues and some decent weapons, and you can get you can honor farm Exotech, exactly. What I just said. Exotech knows what he's talking about. Exactly that. Yeah, lag spike. The Aldor sword is good, and Latros, both with Mongoose. That's fine. That is fine. Vindicators, I forgot about Vindicator's brand. That's also good. That's on par with the Season 1 PvP weapon. And so is Latros. So you have more than enough gear, more than enough weapon power to do this. Great, I'm going to start running MT. There you go. Sick pull. I think this is back in SV. PvE combat and pre-bis is good to kill MT. I dual subspec for the walking pickpocket aspects. I would add a caveat to that. I would go harp spec. I think it's superior to combat swords because you still get blade flurry and adrenaline rush, and you get the speed. However, in your gear, maybe you want because the combat's lasting a little bit longer, maybe you do want those combat potency procs, which you get a lot from Latros, because it's 1.4, and I'm still using Latros here. So yeah, maybe go with combat swords. And once you get comfortable or you want to try something new, go with the Hemo spec. Watch my MT farming guide. I just mouse over the spec so you can see what you need to pick. I don't go in depth into it, but you don't need to. You'll figure it out as you play it. But the riposte is really good for defensive as well in the harp spec. Oh my god, yes, finally, Blade of Eternal Darkness just dropped. Exotech, brother, big GZ. That is one of the best feelings ever. One of the most powerful, like the most broken item in the game. It's Biss across 3 expansions. So, big GZ on that one. It's huge. It's absolutely huge, and well done. Over 100 runs, you say? And with the new nerfed drop rate, or buffed drop rate, big GZ, that's huge. Yeah, season 1 can be farmed with just honor, but you don't really need it, mate. If you got Vindicator's brand, it might be a bit better. And they're super cheap, so you might as well get them at some point anyway, just to see. If you do YOLO 5s, you can bank arena points to get S2 weapons discounted in a few weeks. Yes, I need to do that as well. Well, I've been working on this farm and no shit, first chest I was able to actually get Ruby. Love it. Absolutely love it. That's what we love to hear, but we love to read. Get rich and die trying. Nice, man. Hope you enjoyed your travels home. I did. It was good. And I wouldn't have ended up where I am now if I didn't go home. So I'm super happy about that. Okay, this timing looks bad. 18 seconds. So we'll just distract. Turn it to our favor. Ah, because we didn't log out, it didn't reset. Oh shit. Alright, I guess we're doing this. See if we can kill them all. I should have just vanished. It doesn't matter. We got the mine. We'll just reset the dungeon and it'll be the same amount of time to start the next one. I'm trying to get Latros on my rogue. Have not seen it drop yet. It took me 15 runs to get Latros. That was a bit of a struggle. 15. That's over 2 weeks back to back. But it's worth it. It's worth it. You can even, if you go harp spec, you can even get double Latros and do mana tombs with that. Because with Hemo, you're increasing your damage dealt. So having 2 fast weapons is fine. And you get double the expertise, and Latros isn't unique. So you get 28 expertise, 30 agility, 52 attack power, and you get the buff. Because even if you have the same sword, it still activates the 2-set buff. So having 2 Latros gives you an increased 30 attack power as well. So 2 Latros is really good if you can get your hands on both of them for this farm as well. But at this stage, when you can get the season weapons, you know. Yeah, it's a nice little tip. I found that it gets a little dicey on the dual stalker packs. Combat potency definitely helps, yeah. But I skip repose because it's a PvE spec, and repose always helps with this too. Yeah, I decided after raid, or before raid when I was farming on stream, I decided, because I'm streaming this content, that I'll respec into harp for MT. And have my second spec as subtlety for SV, and just do that all week. And if I ever have to do a heroic, harp is fine for that, more than fine. And before a raid, I'll just respec into combat swords, and after a raid, I'll respec out of it. So it costs me 100 gold a week to do that, but the quality of life improvement. And remember, 100 gold is less than 20 minutes farming an SV, so it's not that much. And that way I get this really enjoyable harp spec. Honestly, it's so much fun. And I get the best shadow step spec for SV. I raid on a Shadow Priest, and Blade of Eternal Darkness is huge for Shadow Nova spec trash in phase 3. I knew that speedrunning guilds could use Mind Vision in Blackwing Lair back in Classic as priests, obviously, because it's a priest ability. And while they have Blade equipped, when you cast Mind Vision, you can Mind Vision from mob to mob throughout Blackwing Lair. But every time you land on a mob, it actually, Mind Vision can proc Blade of Eternal Darkness. And when it procs on the mob. So it deals 100 shadow damage to the mob. So speedrunning guilds would do this while they were in the first room with the eggs. They'll have priests doing this, so that as they're killing the eggs and killing the trash, they're killing all of the trash in BWL, because it's all running down into the room, so that when they finish they can just run through it. And I knew that was a best strategy, and I wondered, that's why I didn't throw it away or sell it, because I wondered if there are any on-use items in the game that I haven't discovered yet that rogues can use that could proc this and allow us to do something similar. That would be a really cool thing to discover. So that's why I held on to it, so I can do a little bit of research in Wrath and maybe TBC to see if there's anything like that. And for Shadow Nova spec trash in phase 3, in which raid, brother? Black Temple? I didn't know it was used in TBC as well. This is cool. Learning stuff all the time. I think you don't bother with pickpocketing MT. I don't. I did a lot of pickpocketing. A lot. And it's just not worth it. You can, yeah, you can get gems. But at the end of the run, having a bag full of junk boxes is a pain in the arse. Jesus, just die. To your ability. If it does break, we'll just switch out a fell steel long blade. I'm not going over to the repair guy just for that. Did you stream your raids? Yeah, I raided last night. Streamed that one. Got a 99 parse on Alar. And got a 99 parse on Hiking Mulgar. Got a 4K Hiking Mulgar. And we didn't even get our mongoose. We got 3 seconds of mongoose. So at the very end, when he was just about to die, mongoose procced. And we had 3 seconds of uptime, and it was a 25-second fight. So if we had had mongoose up, and we don't have DST, so if we had had mongoose up, that 4K would have been probably 4.2, maybe even higher. But whatever, it's still 99. We improved our parse on the Thoris, the Blind, Void Reaver, and one other boss, I think. But it's on YouTube and Twitch from last night. But it's a 9-hour stream. I'm a noob at this, so I really should have just restarted the stream beforehand. But I did 6 hours of SV versus MT straight into SSE, TK, and Gruul World Tour, which was 2.5 hours. So it's a bit of a marathon, but we've been away for a long time, so we're making up for lost time. It really isn't. It really is, bro. It's a personal opinion. I've done a lot of pickpocketing. Trust me. I just don't want to bother with it. I have a macro here that auto picks and opens boxes, but then as well as having to click on that for like 2 minutes at the end of a lockout, then you have to go over to the guy and sell all the stuff, and it's just annoying. It's just it just annoys me personally. You can get gems. I've gotten a lot of gems. I've gotten at least one of each gems. I got world first spine sever in the pre-patch pickpocketing. I pickpocket a lot, so I know the drop rates for all the stuff, but I'm just not bothered. I make enough money. I'm rich, so it's just for me. But I get it. If you're a min-maxy gold guy, you can do that. But I'd rather shoot over to Shatra, send my stuff to my alt, disenchant it, chill for a bit, chat to chat, maybe go for a cigarette. You know, I'll keep those 25 minutes for myself. Two mana tombs run so far. All of Hygel and some BT if you want. Class. But it's insanely good for Priest and Hygel. Yeah, I have so many poisons and flash powder, I don't pick them anymore. Yeah, and they're so cheap to buy anyway. It's really, you just do it for the gems. The Spine Sever and the Nightblade aren't worth anything anymore, and it's a 1 to 5,000. Between 1 in 5,000 and 1 in 10,000 chance you're going to get one anyway, so you're not doing it for them. It's just the gems you're doing it for. And they have a drop rate that's something like the drop rate to get a rare gem from a mine, which is like less than 1%. So it's probably a good bit less than 1%. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go for a quick smoke, and then I'm going to come back and we'll smash out our next 3 Mana Tombs runs. Yeah, I'll be right back. Was just thinking about the people who come and chat and mention that they got banned for the farm. always ask them like the same 3 questions. Did you ever buy gold? Did you ever sell gold? Did you ever do cross-faction auction house shenanigans with dual accounts or other players? Did you ever break TOS? And whenever I ask them that, I think every single time I've asked someone that, it's been crickets afterwards. So I think what happens is you don't get banned. It's not, no one gets banned for doing MT. People do say that they come in and get banned for doing SV. But the truth is, they don't get banned for doing SV. They get flagged for doing SV. And once you get flagged, then Blizzard looks at your account. And if they find any TOS breaks, then you get banned. So I think maybe in an update video or at some page, at some stage, I'll probably mention that it's not a good idea to do at least SV and probably both farms, but at least SV. It's not a good idea to do it if you've broken TOS. Because you get flagged and then you could get banned. Can't contest that they got banned, but can definitely contest that it wasn't because of the farm. Exactly. Exactly. And I was thinking about your comment as well. Yo, granted, it really isn't. You're right, of course, technically, factually. It really isn't that much time to pickpocket and to open the lockboxes and sell the stuff. But it's a little micro. There's perceived time, and then the time versus the reward versus what I could be doing with the time instead. Cloak, Blade Flurry, and just burst them all down. How flagged though? Getting reported by players once they see you in front of the instance. Yeah, good point. Well, if you get mass reported, you get mass reported. That's a separate issue. But if you don't get mass reported, if you're in Steamvaults for, I don't know what the parameters are or conditions are to get flagged, but it's something to do with time in the instance, number of instances in an hour, you know, whatever. But once you get flagged and they look at your account, this is a theory, this is my theory, but it makes sense. It's logical. Like probably half a dozen people over the last, since I put the video out, so 4 months, have come on stream to say they got banned because they were doing this farm. And of course, anybody else, everybody else who's doing this farm, SV, who hasn't been banned, knows that you just can't get banned for doing the farm. It's not breaking TOS. So they're not getting banned for the farm. They're getting banned for something else. So they must have broken TOS. Just because they got flagged or mass reported. But if you get mass reported and you follow it up and you haven't broken TOS, you'll get your account back. It's that simple. So there is some, and if you're getting perma-banned, then you've done something really that they don't like. With gold selling or account sharing or something like that. That's kind of annoying. Let's vanish. Yeah, we're fine. Immolate is nothing to worry about. Oh, Cloak of the Craft. That's a really nice item. $25 AG, 13 hit, 20 AP. It's like pre-raid bis, pretty much. It was worth a lot. And in phase 1, every stat that you want to see as a rogue. And it looks awesome as well. And it's got a cool name. It's got hits all the notes for a great item. 3-raid bis, insane stats, looks amazing. And it matches the Scryer's colors. It still looks good on this set. Sometimes he doesn't say anything. Basic logic, they sold gold 100% because those 2 grinds were worth so much gold. Not 100%, but like a high likelihood. I mean, the cross-faction shenanigans is also very likely, because if you make that much gold, and you know that haste pots are worth 25% more on ally side or something, for example, you just put the gold into haste pots and trade them over with 2 accounts or with a friend from on the ally side. Another very possible, probable. If this was illegal to do, you'd be banned first. Other people made the guide. Exactly. Exactly. Samways, sup Roo? Any loot today? How you doing, brother? Well, from the raid, we didn't get anything that we needed. Oh, that's another nice rogue item there. A really nice one. Cloak of the Crafts and Mask of Veiled Death back to back. We didn't get anything that we really needed, but what we did get from raid last night was we won 3 off-spec rolls on champion gear. So next phase, and we had the helm from a couple of weeks ago. So we have 4 set PvP out of the gate next phase, which is nice. We get a 99 parse on Alar. We get a 99 parse on Hiking Mulgar, and we improved our parse on 3 bosses in SSC TK. So we're up to like, I think it's 96.6 BPA. So that was nice, and we really wanted to parse, and I would have been happy with 199, but we ended up getting 2, which was cool. One sec. Yeah, LR. We improved Void Reaver, I think, by 1. We got a Lithoris. We improved that by 1 or 2. We went from 95.8 to 96.2. So that was good. And yeah, we got it was said 4K on details, but 3.961. 25-second kill, so nice and fast. Hiking Mulgar. But still wasn't as good as... So we got a rank... We're rank 45, but I think we got a higher rank on one of these ones. And this was with Blink Strike, which was insane. We just got... And we didn't even have that many blinks in it. It just... Everything hit and everything crit. And in this one, we only had Mongoose up for 3 seconds. The last 3 seconds of the fight, it procced. So if it had have procced and we had it up for the duration, it would have been like 4.2 probably. That was good. So we're happy enough with that. And we put out the new gold farming video for Mana Tombs today, which was in the mix for a long time. I'm glad to have got it out and done. Yeah, this one. And it's not like super comprehensive or anything, but it just shows people how to do all the packs. And I had to troll the Mana Tomb Andes, second best gold farm in TBC, just for the lols. So it's been a good 24 hours, I would say. No DST drop, no belt drop of 100 deaths, no Bloodsea Brigands or shoulders. So it's not like the items dropped and we lost the roll. That would have been a little bit harder to swallow. But yeah, just a solid parsing run. Good man, yeah. I'm in a group without a feral tonight, so no new parses coming my way. Maybe. Unless you get uber lucky. But yeah, I get what you mean. More than likely. It's so hard to parse. Haven't got any rubies today. Haven't got any noble topaz. So not a great day for gems either. But just solid. Solid money. What is nice about today, about the gold farm, is the muscle memory coming back and the smoothness of the runs. We did die a couple of times, of course, but like last Saturday, I think, when we were back in there in SV, first time in 2 months. Loads of stupid rookie mistakes. And more importantly, no disconnects. I found a node on the V2 Rain software that I've been using for the past 2 days, and not a single disconnect from stream, which is really, really nice. Because that's just the worst thing that can happen to a streamer. As soon as you disconnect, and you lose loads of people, and they don't come back. So having a stable stream is super important. So having that somewhat locked down, or at least much better than it was, it's really nice as well. So all good. I do have the shits, not majorly, but just enough that I would not be comfortable doing high kicks and squatting and doing mad exercise in 35-degree heat. But it's the same kind of, you know what it's like. It's the bacterial, it's getting used to the bacteria of a certain country. There's just like bacterial profiles and things that you're not getting. It's not like I'm getting food poisoning or I ate anything that was badly cooked. It's just, I've had this happen before in different countries. When you move there, you often just get a dicky tummy in the first couple of weeks. And then once your immune system just gets used to the new environment, we got one more to go. It balances out and you're fine. So it's just, yeah, getting used to it. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome, bro. You know, you don't even have to like, you don't even have to ask. You know, I just produce this content, top tier content for you guys. I always happen to me when I go overseas to see the lady in the States, to be fair. Yeah, there you go. It's just part of the journey, man. It's part of the journey. We gotta wait 12 minutes. Unless we got a dupe. No. Okay, let's take a screenshot. This. And log the priest. We got 3 leggings of the sacred crest back to back to back from 3 chests earlier, which was, it had never happened to me before. And then we got 3 dragon scale shields, not back to back, but yeah, the sacred dragon crest run. I mean, we're not complaining. 3 shards. So when are you're in group with a feral tonight? Okay, so you're raiding in an hour or an hour and a half. And what are you still missing on the Pala? And what are you doing? SSE, TK, Gruul, all of them, 2 of them, 1 of them? In an hour. DST in the belt. That's it? That's all you need? Gruul, TK, and SSE. Nice. Nice. Sometimes I wish or would like have another 70 rogue that's got gear that's good enough to do Kara, Gruul, Maggie, no problem. Sometimes I think, maybe I'll raid with them. But I'm just not going to do it because I know what's going to happen. I'll get DST or belt on him and not on my main. Or, God forbid, Warglaves, but I wouldn't be eligible. They'd never come to me. If they dropped in BT on a second character and I couldn't get them, I would be so tilted. I can't do it. I just gotta stick once per week. $18.99, 1952. I mean, it's not that much, but it's the principle.
We shall meet again. Go in peace. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Oh my god. I've never seen them that high. 1715. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We want them going up. We want them going up. If we sold all of our hay spots now, 977. Let's call it 1,000 for easy math. If we sold them all now at that price, we'd make 2 grand, 2k just in profit. That's nice. What about Demon Slaying? 7 gold. Wow. Wow. I bought them all mine for 5. Some of them a little bit under, some of them a little bit over. That's 50% increase. Almost 250 in a week. Well, let's see about Spinal Dust. Spinal Dot. Nice. 1 gold each. Oh my god. 1 gold each. I bought. You hand them in Tranquillion, the Blood Elf place. You can only do it if you're Horde. You hand 10 of them in, and they'll give you these. 30 attack power against undead. Which, if you want to min max in the next phase, you will use these. Because it doesn't take up a battle or guardian, right? So I watched Slesh's video on phase 3 prep. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend it. He's a new content creator on the scene, and he has some really, really good information. I like him a lot, and I would advise anybody to go and watch his phase 3 prep video. Some really nice bits of information in there. So I got this one off him, went straight to the auction house and bought all the Spinal Dust in the auction house. I got them for something like 16, 20 silver, something like that each. And turn them into these. So if you want to parse and you're Horde, you need that. The other way of doing it is simply to go down there and kill the zombies. But there's 2 types of zombies on the Dead Scar, and only one of them drops the Spinal Dust. The other one drops something else. Anyway, there's not that many of them on the Scar, so it's not like you can just continually farm them. You go down there, kill them all, and you have to literally wait for them to respawn and kill them. And when I say kill them all, there's probably 10, 12 of them on the Scar. So it's not something that can be like mega farmed. DS Steamvault, yeah. Gruel, TK, and SSC. What was his name again? Slesh. S-L-E-S-H. Slesh. If you like the video, drop a comment and tell him Rogue's Diary sent me. I want to try and network a little bit with other content creators. There's another guy, Jurdy. I think it's Jurdi that I watch. He's also growing his channel. He's putting out really good content. He's a raid leader. And he also puts out opinion pieces about the game in general, about the player base, which are well informed. So he's doing a really good job. You can check him out. He was raiding earlier today, and I jumped on his stream and said hello. And he does a podcast with other WoW players. So I was thinking about reaching out to him, see if he wanted to chat about gold farming and the evolution of gold farming in the game. It'd be really cool to chat with gold farmers, other classes and rogues, and just the stuff you'll learn from people is insane. So networking. Alrighty. We got 3 or 4 Talashites today in the first, I think, hour and a half. Like this, how did I get that today? Maybe I did get 1 ruby. But this is our gem loot from today and from a little bit from yesterday. I think the rubies, no, the ruby came back. It didn't sell, as did the Night's Eye. They came back in the post. But these are from earlier today and later last night. But I'm going to hold on to the stars because I think they'll bump up next phase when tanks want to equip their new gear but aren't going to pay hundreds of gold for the epic gems in the first week. Okay, well, prices are high at the moment, so we're not going to spend our gold on anything. If haste pots are up to over 17 and demon slayers up to over 7, like, it's a good enough queue that everything else will probably be fairly overpriced. 1 minute 20. 1:09 a.m. Beautiful. Our last MT run. Let's see if we can make it without our sword breaking. 2 durability. I think we'll be okay. It was 2 durability last run as well. So if we got through that one without going to 0, we should be okay. Or without going to 1. Haven't seen a noble topaz in a while. Let's see if we can get one. We did call a living ruby last night, which was pretty cool. It's the last chest of one of the lockouts. Can't remember which one. And I called the living ruby and it pinged out of it, which was really nice. My dreams of figuring out a way to try to rush for server first at least, and possibly world first rogue to 80 in Wrath were shattered. I mean, I hadn't done that much research, but my theory crafting I thought it was possible to do Fan of Knives infinite energy AoE spam to 80, and someone in chat reminded me that you don't get Fan of Knives until you're 80. So that dream shattered, and at the same time, one of my plans, my major content plans for pre-patch, evaporated with it, which was to do AoE, mega AoE raid DPS with the Fan of Knives infinite energy, because I got Fell Striker. But no, not until 80. So we'll just be picking pockets in the pre-patch, stacking as many level 80 epics and rares as we can, which is going to be a lot of fun as well. Can't wait to do that, to be honest. $1,816 per post, compared to our Hemo, which is critting for 800. Twice as much damage as Hemo. Oh my god. What did I say? What did I say? Haven't seen a Noble Topaz in a while. We just got double Topaz from a chest. Brothers and sisters and blisters. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Oh, that's good stuff. You've never seen the same kind in one chest. I've gotten it once before. I got double Dawnstone a couple of months ago. The dream, the holy grail, is double ruby. And there's a good few rogues in the Rogues Diary Discord now who have posted double rubies in there. And we got a really, really good gold roll. So nobody's ever found a chest with 7 gold or more in it. So the closer you get to 7, these are the micro mini games on the lockbox loot page of the RD Discord. But anything in the 90s and high 90s is really good. And we got a green, and we got 3 super manas. So this is a absolutely banger chest. I'm gonna screenshot that. That's mega. Let me stick that up the Discord. Double Topaz is pretty close. Yeah. That's a nice chest. Hey man, is there any risk for the account if I stay in a dungeon all day farming gold? No, that's literally what I do. That's what I do all day. Can you trigger the system? Okay, here's the risk. I literally just said this about 20 minutes ago. Multiple people have come on the stream since I put the first video out saying their account got banned or perma-banned for doing the SV farm. And I always ask them the same questions. Did you ever buy gold? Did you ever sell gold? Did you ever do cross auction house shenanigans? Have you ever broken terms of service? And when I ask them these questions, in I think every single case, they always say no. And I'm like, be honest. They say no. Sorry, they don't say anything. There's just crickets. You don't hear anything back from them. So here's the risk. If you have broken TOS, then don't do SV. Because doing SV all day, you run the risk of either being reported by the mafia and or having your account flagged by bot scanners, Blizzard bot scanning software or systems. And once your account is flagged, Blizzard are then going to take a closer look at it. And if they find that you've broken TOS, you're going to get banned. So I would not run these, I would not run SV specifically if you have broken TOS. That's the risk. I think I'll sell these now since everything seems to be going through the price, through the roof price wise. Probably a good idea. I'll definitely find more than enough strength and IG5s in the farm before the next raid. Okay. That was one run. Insane. 205 gold from one run. That's gonna bring... Now we got double ruby in SV a couple of days ago. So that's definitely responsible for a bit of a bump in the gold per hour average over MT. But now we got double topaz. That should bring it closer to baseline or reality. Relative reality. During my farming runs, I get about 10 to 15 strength and agi scrolls per week. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'd say I probably get something similar. Maybe a little bit more now because I've started streaming, you know, grinding 4 hours a day. Which is a lot. But obviously I treat this like a job. The best job in the world, but a job nonetheless. $12.75, look at that. Thing of beauty. This is the reason why these farms are bis until wrath. The cost of this stuff just keeps going up and the ability to farm it just gets easier and easier.
Ancestors watch.
I have just the thing for you.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch over you.
Stockpiling ore, K-Pack 922. Stockpiling ore for later phases. I've been saving Corium but not Fel or Addy. Yeah, yes and no. I'm just stockpiling them. On my main, on my rogue, I will be going dual crafting at some point. I don't know yet whether I'm going to go in phase 4 so that I can craft the BIS or close to BIS dual crafting things, or if I'm just going to wait for Wrath. So we'll see. But once I go dual crafting NG, I no longer have access to mining, which means, oh, what am I doing? I should just do what I've been telling other people to do. Go and farm honor and get the season swords, and then I can do SV and MT on this character and go full DPS on Bacon. So yeah, I'm saving it for me to use, but the Fel, I mean, by the time I get to the position where I'm going to go dual crafting, I'm going to have more than enough. But the Fel, Bendalat in the chat earlier reminded me of the fact that everyone and their grandmother, thank you Snally2K for the follow, appreciate you. Everyone and their grandmother is going NG and Wrath. So everybody who's not NG now is going to swap over. It's probably going to, in the classic canon, classic TBC and Wrath, I don't think there's ever an expansion or phase where more people will be learning engineering than in Wrath. In fact, I know as a fact that that's not the case. Wrath engineering is absolutely broken. And if you want to DPS and parse, or if you want to have the best professions for DPS, you have to be engineering for most DPS classes. So everyone is going engineering, and dual crafting is joint bis or second bis, and both of those require ores. So the demand for TBC ores that nobody is in TBC to farm goes through the roof, and the price of ores and bars skyrockets. So if you want to play the long game, you can make more than enough money for your raid cons and for any gear that you need that you can buy in the phases moving forward just by selling scrolls, the pots, the enchanting materials, and the gems. And stockpile the ores. And if you stockpile them, if you start doing it now, you will never have any money problems in Wrath. You will be rich beyond your wildest dreams. So it depends how invested you are in Wrath. Saving the Orpheus. Lol, are you Dane, buddy? Who's Dane? Which one of these guys is Dane in the chat? Or Sane, did you mean? Sane, probably. How long would it take to get weapons for PvP? I have been debating it. At granted, 1 week of 10 games, and you should have around 1k. Let's see, because I have done, I think, 1 week. Lifetime. I don't PvP, I'm not a PvPer. But I did, I think, 20 games. 10 games 1 week, 2-2. And 10 the next, 2-2. And then I stopped because I went traveling. And I got this many arena points. But apparently the guys in my guild were saying the best way to do it is 5v5s. And just YOLO it. And just stack as much as you can get. Oh, am I a Dane? Am I Danish? No, no, no. I'm Irish. For S2 weapons, you need 1700. Yeah, yeah. That's why I stopped. Because I knew I'd need a really good partner who could show me the ropes. And I do have a rogue in my guild who's good, but I didn't want to ask him because he was trying to climb as well. He did offer to help me climb in phase 3. So I might do that with him. And get to 1700 and then get the, whatever it is, Vengeful or Merciless or whatever the next one is. I played a lot of Wrath private servers. Don't know if I'll continue my characters to Wrath. Might be a perma TBC enjoyer. Well, if you played a lot of Wrath private servers, the reason why you won't continue isn't because you don't like Wrath. You love Wrath. It's because you think you're burned out from Wrath. But you're going to go to Wrath because everyone's going to Wrath and it's official Wrath. And you say now that you can't be arsed, but when the hype train starts, you're going to get giddy. That's what I reckon. The question is if Blizzard continues. Why would they not? They know that the player base is pretty siloed to retail and classic. Classic Plus is coming, but they also know that the community's quite contentious and that there'll always be a market. The community would just go crazy if they didn't go into Wrath. Everyone, it would just be such a bad PR move for Blizzard to not go into Wrath. They went last time. Why wouldn't they go this time? It's like 99. It's 99%, 100%. They're going to Wrath. Nothing has been confirmed for Wrath, just rumors. It's just logical, guys. It's just logical. Okay, so you just found the / on Google then. Because of Classic Plus. Nah, they'll drop Classic Plus. Like, Classic Plus isn't going to be coming at Christmas. And that's when, or in winter. And that's when Wrath will be releasing. If Classic Plus comes, it's going to be coming minimum summer next year. Minimum. Unless they... No, minimum summer. Now they've been working on something for a while, so they... It's like a 5% chance, maybe even less, I would say, that they've been working on it and they're going to surprise everybody with it and just drop it. They did that for Anniversary, I think. They were just like, hey, we've got an announcement. We're going re-releasing servers. Was it Anniversary or was it Classic re-release 2020? One of those to the fresh server movement. I think it was Anniversary. They just announced it like a month before. But that's Anniversary. That's been released twice already. They know exactly how to do that. Like, it's easy to just surprise people with that and then drop it a couple of weeks later. But Classic Plus is like massive mega project. So I doubt very much that that's going to be coming. I think it would fit nicely at the end of Wrath. So I think they'll drop Wrath, and then at the end of Wrath, they'll drop Classic Plus, and they'll see how Classic Plus is received, and they'll let that run probably for a year without releasing any more Classic servers, without starting a new season. I'm thinking out loud, but it all makes sense to me as I say it. And they'll float Classic Plus and see how that goes. And if there's enough demand for OG Classic after that, they'll drop it again. And at some point, they're going to drop a fresh server anyway, because there's always going to be a market for Classic. Or they could drop Wrath and then drop Classic Plus somewhere toward the end of Wrath or in the middle when people are falling off, but that would be next summer, which I think is the minimum, the earliest we could expect it. And if it's further than that, they'll drop it at the end of Wrath. And if it's further than that, they'll drop it in the middle or after a fresh server of Classic has been dropped. It'll be somewhere in the middle of those cadences. That's what I reckon. Yeah, Annie came out 2 weeks after the announcement. Yeah, which is easy to do for them because they've got it all. You 100% have to invest for Wrath. If it comes, it's a win. If not, it's irrelevant anyway. Exactly. In 2019, they made a space where he said that he loves chocolate ice cream, but they know a lot of people like vanilla, and then intro rolled it. Yeah, I remember that. I want to talk about ice cream. Some people like chocolate. Some people like strawberry. But my favorite has always been vanilla. You think you like vanilla, but you don't. Yeah, man, the hype was unreal. I'd been playing Classic servers for a year or two before that. That was some good times. Pyrewood Village EU. I was a Night Elf Rogue. Good times, boy. Great times. The best of times. Alright, let's go to... Time we got? 1:30. Yeah. Get into it. Let's get another... I am gonna buy some pots this time around. I mean, we did just do... We did just do an NG pull without any grenades or free action potions. And it was the one closest to the tunnel where we take them. So if we can get that without grenades or pots, we can get the rest of them. Then we're saving even more money on cons. Let's go do 5 runs. No cons. Hmm. Maybe I'll get a swim speed potion. Sometimes I wish I could lose my memory and then play WoW again for the first time. Classic Plus. Classic Plus. Dropping a lot of frames. Okay, we're back. And we're back up to 3,700 kilobytes per second. Okay. First disconnect in 5.5 hours. That's good. That's good. Yeah, my mate Rob's like, there's this game, World of Warcraft. Do you want to come and have a look? It's like, yeah, sound. He pulls me into his friend's dad's internet cafe with like 20 PCs, like 5 on the outside, 5 here, and then 5 in the middle, back to back. And it was a telecommunications and internet cafe shop in 2006. And he sits me down, he's like, right, which class do you want to play? Which this, that, and the other? And I was like, what race do you like? And I immediately was like, Night Elves. I like Night Elves. He's like, right, what do you want to play? I was like, Hunter, you get a pet. Oh, I like the look of that. And then I tried to play Hunter and I got one to level 10. I was in there for, I think, probably 6 hours. Like, just absolutely trying to get to level 10. He was helping me. But, you know, absolutely no idea what I was doing. Dying in the spider cave all the time. Because didn't know ranges, didn't have a pet, didn't know how to kite, like uber noob. And I remember taming a pet, and as soon as I tamed the pet and I realized that I had to manage the pet's abilities as well as mine, I was like, nah, this is too much, it's too complicated. I was like, all right. Now, World of Warcraft used to have an official site back in 2006. They discontinued it sometime in either TBC or Wrath. But they had an official site where you could go on and look at the tier sets on the website. And you could pick your race and then pick the set, and it would show you the tier set on the race. And I remember looking at Rogue and seeing the Blood Fang armor. And I was like, that's what I want. I want to look like that. And I saw the Undead, but I wanted to be Night Elf as well. So I stayed with Night Elf until about level 50. I remember I was a leatherworker and I crafted my first leatherworking helm. It was some dog shit helm that just isn't good, but I was so happy that I got to make a blue item. And I was like, I spent all my gold getting the deep rock salt and all the different things that I needed to make it. I spent way more gold than the thing was worth just so I could have a blue item. And I remember I was like, it's blue. It's so good. It's blue. And it was a really bad helm. I can't remember what it was now, but I remember seeing it years later and I was like, this is trash for rogues. Why? And that was it then. I was a rogue. And then I switched over to, he was a pally, but he gave up on pally and he wanted to be a warlock. So he went over to the horde side. He abandoned me. Bastard. So then I dropped my night elf. I was a male night elf rogue. Big mistake. I was a noob with the shoulders and the stupid angle of the dagger and swords they have. Retarded looking mongoloids. So I dropped him and then I made like a level 1 female night elf and I was like, this actually looks pretty cool. And then I was like, nah, I want to play with Rob. And then I made an undead rogue and I was undead rogue then all the way through classic TBC into Wrath, into Kata, and then stopped playing when they broke the world in Kata. Every expansion they released after that, I would come resub and play for a month to feel it out. And then I just dropped out. I wasn't interested. And I did that. The demon hunters were cool. Legion, That was, and Warlords of Draenor, I remember playing that. It was buggy as hell on launch. And the garrisons just destroyed any open world sociability. But then I discovered private servers and I realized we can go back and play it older and wiser and actually be good at the game. And I remember just having so much fun on private servers and getting really into it and actually learning how to play the class and becoming somewhat good at it and learning gold farming. And then they said they were going to release, they did the vanilla thing, right? The ice cream thing. And I was like, oh, I'm so in. I'm so in. And the rest is history. I'm looking forward to Classic Plus. I'll probably be a feral druid. You don't save any enchanting mats for the next phase. No, because in the next phase, I'm just going to farm more enchanting mats, you know? I don't... I just sell it as I get it, because I get so much of it, you know? I'm grinding here like hours every day, making a lot of money. So, I'll give you an example, right? I'll figure out so we have one MT lockout that we actually need to add to the average here. Let me get that first. And then I'll give you an idea of the amount of farming we're doing over the last, what do we know, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, 694 gold we were at before we switched. 691. Oh, 694. $694. Okay. Minus what we were at in SV, because it got added, which was 395, is 299. And we had that insane double topaz chest at the end of the last run. Which was 205 gold. So 299 plus 205 is 504 gold. Okay. That's what we got from the last. It's not our best hour. We got 561, I think it was, in SV with 2 rubies the day before yesterday. But 504 is still a very good hour. Yeah, so now we take that 504 MT, 281 gold an hour so far, multiplied by the number of lockouts, 11, 3091 plus 504, 3595, and then we divide that by the new number of lockouts, which is 12, give us the average, 299.58, and we round up or down depending on whether it's above or below 50, so that's 300 exactly. So that double topaz increased our gold per hour average in MT by 20, which is huge. $300 even. Okay, so we started doing this on Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And what day is it today? Thursday. 6 days. So let's see how much money we've made in 6 days. 300 times 12. It's 3,600. 3,600. $383 times 12 plus 3,600. We made 8,196 gold. That doesn't count money that we made from killing raid bosses and stuff, just from farming. Let's just call it 8.2k. We made 8.2k in the last 6 days. Now on Sunday we had our tooth pulled out, so we weren't raiding that much. So it's more like 5 and some change. But that's averaging out at about 1,500 gold a day. So I don't save enchanting mats because I'm just farming so much. I just sell them, make money. Now, let's go buy some cons. Okay, water walking is down to 224. We're actually going to buy at that. We're going to buy everything we can at that price. Wow, they jump up by a gold. Now they jump up by 44%. That's crazy. So we got a great deal there. What else? Free action, I suppose. Let's check. Free action potions at 3.99 priced. We don't need them. We've got the improved sprint and we've got the PvP. Frost grenades. I think we actually have plenty. Yeah, we do. That's it, right? We're good to go, yeah? There's a young guy here at the Kung Fu Academy. He's 17. And we were talking about movies. And at first I thought, oh, I can share. He enjoys movies. So I thought, oh, maybe I'll share a couple of movies he hasn't seen at 17 that will surprise him. You know, movies like Old Boy, a Korean movie, or A Bittersweet Life, another great Korean action movie, or Cube, the Canadian art house sci-fi 1997 masterpiece, you know, or Primer, for example. So I was kind of firing out these like semi well-known, unknown flicks. And then he said something that made me realize he doesn't know like super basic stuff. And I was like, hold on, what about... He goes, yeah, he said, I don't watch old movies. And this movie I'd mentioned to him was like made in 2007 or something. Like that's not an old movie. was like, hold on a minute. He goes, no, I don't watch movies made before like 2010. It's like, hold on, whoa. I said, have you seen The Matrix? He's like, no, what's that? Bro. I said, you know, red pill, blue pill? He's like, of course. Everyone knows red pill, blue pill. There's memes everywhere. You know where that comes from? It's like, no, it's like The Matrix. Brother hadn't seen The Matrix. So I was like, oh, hold on. And I just give him a list of like 10 movies, like great movies, you know, like Terminator 2, The Matrix, Predator, Inception, just like Shawshank Redemption, classics, like absolute classic movies. So when I read your comment, Bloodsport, yeah, Van Damme, top tier Van Damme. When I read your comment that said, I wish I could lose my memory and then play WoW again for the first time. Yeah, I told him about the sequels. Yeah. He asked actually, is it a series? And me and another guy, Moose, who's a Moroccan heritage but French, and he said, is it a series? And I was like, yeah, but, and as I was saying that, Moose turned and he's like, yeah, but we said it at the exact same time, yeah, but you don't want to watch the other ones, just watch the first one. It's a standalone movie. Yeah. So we had a good laugh, like just kind of semi-schooling him. But I said to him at one point, I wish I could be in your shoes now and watch these 10 or 12 movies that we're giving you again for the first time. Like, they're gonna blow your mind. These are some of the best stories ever put to film. Okay, what have we got? We're not doing that. We've got that. That's fine. That's fine. Let's put on our set. We've got water walking. And it's a guardian elixir. Cool. So we can use run speed with it. Yeah. All right. Let's go. You can tell it was a standalone movie, but after the big success, they told them just come up with something and make it cool. That's definitely an aspect or an element of it, for sure. For sure. Something like that. It's too much of a money grab. They know they're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars if they make it. So that's the producers and the studios. That's their angle. But the makers of it would have actually genuinely believed that they could continue with that story or expand upon it or deepen it or enrich it, which is incredibly naive and hubristic, because any artist who creates a great work of art will often tell you that they feel like they didn't really make it. This is a very common phenomenon among great artists or artists in general, that they'll say, I didn't feel like I made it. I just felt like it made itself and unfolded through me, because it comes from something that we can't understand. So they were blessed and graced with this incredible story and the way that they articulated it. And instead of being grateful for that and respecting the fact that it wasn't theirs, it just came through them, they thought that they could improve upon something that was essentially a gift. And they undermined their own franchise, but it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The Matrix is an archetypal story that is so deep and profound that it will stand the test of time and will never be regarded as a tip trick, as a series of 3 films together, like Lord of the Rings will. It will always be seen as that one. That's the story. The other 2 are just self-important, hubristic bullshit. But the first one is pure, truthful genius. Okay, great. We've got plenty of time. We've got all our cons. We're in the right spec. We're in the right set. I'm gonna go for another quick smoke, and then we're gonna bang out 5 lockouts of SV. See if we can get a ruby. That double noble, Nobaz, double noble Tobaz chest was insane. I still remember coming out of the theater watching Matrix 2. It was such a massive disappointment. I couldn't believe the other two sequels are even way worse. Yeah. Just a disaster. Why would you? Yeah. Alright, nice one. Unlock chest. And perfect patrol timing. A little bit scuffed. But we made it. I always get more scuffy and sloppy after about, I'd say, somewhere in between 2 to 3 hours of straight farming. The first 2 hours are like sharp and peak, and the following are a little bit messier. It's locked. We'll just kill them. We didn't take a single point of damage. Not a single point. Pretty nice. Amber capes. They're the ones. Amber cape of shadow protection is Biss. Possible to get over there? I don't think so. Let's take our chances for old times. We have a vanish up, so it's not the end of the world. If we use it, we're finished in this dungeon, so we got 4 minutes to spare, but honestly, I'm not bothered. The gold per hour average for SV would be even more if we were getting those veins. But whatever. It'd be nice to get this chest on the left though. I really want to get that one as much as we can, since doing it in combat became a thing. And it's there. Beautiful. Swap. Let's distract early. Okay. We'll just come back and solar her. If you get good RNG, you just kill the 3. If you don't, whatever. It's just a vanish and an easy clap. Amber Cape. If we get a third Amber Cape, that will be a triple triple. 3 leggings of the Sacred Crest, 3 Dragon Scale shields, and 3 Amber Capes. Although I don't think the shields were back to back. Still. During your hiatus, I started living a rogue on Soulseeker. I got level 60 about a week ago, and right now I do one of the safer gold farms in Winter Spring. There's a couple of them in Winter Spring. Farming, okay, yeah, in the south where the demons are, yeah. So while watching your stream, I got 4 arcane crystals and 2 blue sapphire. Wow, brother, that's so nice. 4 crystals. What are they selling for on Soulseeker right now? That's an era server, is it? They're probably like, what, 80 gold? 90 gold? Maybe even over 100. 22? It's an era server? Or no? It's a hardcore server. Okay, that's why they're not worth much. Not a lot of people are going for Thunder Fury on hardcore servers. Still, 4 crystals and 2 blue sapphires. The luck alone is enough to make a man go moist. Feels good to be walking on water again. Now we can open these boxes. We still need to get a Nightblade to have gotten both epics from lockboxes in this X pack, but not this time. Kind of having a blast playing hardcore at the minute. Yeah, hardcore is like that. It's a lot of fun. Solo self-found as well. When you find like a good weapon or a good item in the world, it feels like finding an epic in normal WoW. No inflation. There's no inflation though because there's not that many people playing. But it doesn't really matter, I feel like, on hardcore servers. It doesn't affect the playability as much. Because it's very much solo experience anyway. Server's pretty full. No bots. Mongoose 1 gold 50. Winterfall Firewater 90 silver. Wow. Wow. Bots really are. No, they had that much of an effect. I knew they had an effect. A big effect. And there might be other factors, but still, that's huge. Ah, no, of course, the other factor is the player base, the market for those consumables is way smaller than it would be. So demand is way lower. Whereas supply, if you're a level 60 and you or a level 35 who can make those, people aren't gonna put the high level recipes on a character that's gonna get killed. They're gonna put it on a character that they're just gonna park in a city. So supply is high and protected, but demand is low. That's why they're so cheap. Relatively low. And no bots. That's pretty nice. So it makes it really easy to just bliss your character out with cons. That's very nice, actually. I do enjoy hardcore. Moats fell, Addy, chest. Fell, Addy, chest. Alright, we're done. 109 gold. 2 resets. That's not great. Yeah, it's not bad actually. 350 gold per hour. Yeah, it's about normal. Well, not really actually. It's a little low. It says that's the gold per hour, but it factors in the time we've done it in. The gold total divided by 2 is 55. Multiplied by 5 is 275 gold per hour, which is actually very low for SV. But no blues, no gems, no scrolls, and super healers, not manas. That's why. Only 2 addies from that one and 2 addies from that one. So pretty low rolls all around on assets. That's why it's so low. So that's what it bottomed out. If you had a super unlucky RNG lockout here, it looks like 275 is what you're looking at minimum. But you'd have to get super unlucky to go through 10 chests and 20 mines and not get any scrolls, mana potions, blues, gems, or higher like 4 proc addy mines and just only 2s. That's healthier luck. Alright, that's there. We can get it. We're in DPS, so let's switch. 30 seconds is fine. It's going to take him about that to get to where we want him anyway. Plus another 10 seconds to get to the top of the stairs before we actually have to use them, so. We might actually dodge that 2-pack. I don't think they'll get picked up. I think they'll just miss them. Yeah. Scroll of Agi 5, nice. We do have a double vein, so I think we'll get that on the way out with a Bog Lord pull. Locked, but we have prep, so let's do it. I'll get a reset. It doesn't matter, he'll spin back to her. Petrian Titan flasks are 40 gold a pop. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they still require a Black Lotus, right? You can only craft them in raid and solo, yeah. We've got loads of time. He still clattered me. Samwise is probably deep in the raid by now. I hope he's gonna get the loot he wants. DST and belt. He did say Gruul TK SSC, so I don't know if that's the order they're gonna do it in. We do it the other way around, which I like, to be honest. I won't like it once I have DST. I would rather get the belt first, because then we always have something to look forward to. You know, there's nothing in TK for me now, but I can still parse. But once I get DST, going to Gruul, like SSC is the only thing that I can get anything in then. And after that, it's all just... But once I get DST, I'm pretty much full biz. And then I can absolutely pump, so whatever. One problem solves the other. Shit, I forgot to get the gas cloud. probably isn't going to save me any time. Alright. Let's just pop one of these. We'll skip the early chest so that we can at least get the value out of this for the next run from the second chest, unless it's the combat chest. Oh, we lost their water working. That's annoying. Whatever, 2 gold. Minus 2 gold, exactly. Ah, I forgot to get the double vein. I think we can get this. I forgot to get the double vein from the last run. That's annoying. Locked. Okay. Well, we can use the new meta to get 2 cracks at it. We gotta wait anyway for like 30 seconds, so we get to this one. Oh, bollocks. Yeah, I'm getting tired. We pulled the wrong pack. Alright, we'll get it on the way back out. Yeah, this is a very low rolling. We had our best MT since we started in the last run. 500 and whatever it was. 1 gold or 2 gold or something. And this is definitely our worst so far. We could still get lucky and get a ruby or some high level gems, but I mean, we're at 4 lockouts now. We still got a chest left and 2 mines, and we missed 2 from the last run as well, which was not ideal. Wrong shot, unlucky. Ah, not luck. Distracted, tired, sloppy. What up, Rogue? What up, Matt? How you doing, bro? I'm trying to farm this Shadow Res Cloak enchant for BT. The enchant. You mean the one from Argent Dawn or the actual pattern from somewhere in Outland or something? Oh, it probably drops. Does it drop in Shadow Labs? It's about 1%. Oh, that's fine. 1% is fine. One percent is fairly easy to get. Just keep farming. Non-elite. Non-elite, not in a dungeon. Doesn't require a group. Normal mobs. Respawns. It's just a matter of time. $100 kills is easy. Oh, let's not throw away more money. Now we're back on track. Okay, this one. Let me mark it. Nice. No resists. Perfect. Competition is rough. Yeah. Okay, fair. Layer? Oh no, they made an update for layering, didn't they? This is our last run. We're at 228 gold. If we had got that Addy and the fell, that would have been probably up to 250 with the motes of fire and the motes of earth and maybe a green gem, which would be more reasonable. Unlocked. Lovely. We do need to wait though. Okay, nice. We have the chest 8, which means if it's locked, We'll kill them. It's unlocked. We'll click vanish. It's locked. Nice. It's kind of open secretly. I do like slicing and dicing. That was a nice burst. 2.1. X5, sweet. So we really need to get a gem out of the chest in order to break 300. I don't think an LPS is going to do it. Maybe. I would really, really like to get to 300 at least. Oh, look at those rolls. This is a super low luck, bad RNG lockout. But we might just get a living ruby. We have a prep and a vanish, so I am gonna pickpocket here. Maybe we'll get a gem from a slave. I do like robbing slaves. If there's one particular demographic I like to rob, it's slaves. Oh, we're in combat. Combat gear, that is. We got about 40 seconds. Bollocks. Nope. Man, forgetting about those two mines. 278. That's rotten. I think I'm going to pick a few pockets just to try and get something. And I got to resist instantly. Okay. I'll just take the L. I think you can feel the bias I have. Slight bias for SV. Obviously. That's it, isn't it? We didn't get a dupe. No. $278 gold. Alright, let's update. SV383 times 12 plus 274.9, sorry, 374.9, so 375. So we just lost 8 gold per hour average in that run. $375. Okay. Yo, sir, what's up? Iman Belland. What is happening, brother?
What do you seek? Remember the sun well.
How long does it take to do one run in SV with engineering? Uh, once you get your flow down and you're doing them smoothly, you'll be done in about 50 minutes. If you have a really smooth, quick run, you can do it in 45 minutes, but that's rare. But once you get locked in and you're doing them smooth, about 50 minutes. So one run takes 10 minutes. But if you have a death or... I mean, you can have a lockpick failure, you can have a lot of things in the instance that don't matter because you can circle back around and get it again. But if you have 2 failures or a death and you have to wait for your boots, then that can go over 12 and into 15 minutes for one run. But you can often make that up again. So one mistake can cost you a lot of time. And if you're in that phase of the learning of the farm, which happens to me often enough as well still, then look at all these greater planers. Then an hour, you can do it in an hour, 12 minutes. But generally at this stage, that doesn't happen too often. What the hell? Look at all these greater planar essences. That's insane. 55 gold, 60 gold. Nuts. Nuts. So, while the gold per hour gives you an average, or the gold you get gives you the average disenchant value, and we updated the averages accordingly. On this end, sometimes you can get lucky. So that run was over 300 gold because what we just got out of this, but we don't update it like that. I'm doing MT right now and get an average 30 minutes lockout. Do you think I go train NG and go for SV? Is it better? I think my 5-run Manitombs gives you an average of 250. Well, the average I'm getting from Manitombs here, if you look up there, that's 12 lockouts. We're just about to go into MT. I'm doing them back to back, 5 SV, 5 MT. And my average for MT, 12 lockouts, which is 5 times 12, is 60 runs so far, is 300 gold per hour. That's what I'm getting, but it's server dependent. Depends how much the assets are selling for on your server. So if you're getting 250, then prices are a little lower. If you're on a PvP server, there's probably a lot more rogues, good rogues, and there's probably a lot more Manitombs farms going on then, which means it's probably more addy on the auction house. $13.33. But we'll see. I'm just about to log over and do 5 MTs. I'm running harp spec. I don't know what run or what spec you're running, but if you're not running harp, you can have a little look here and see how nice harp spec is to run Manitombs. It's definitely my favorite spec for Manitombs. It's insane. Yes, I play PvP server and too many rogues. But I don't see any robots in MT. No, they're all in... Um, they're all in Steamvault. Because you get 4 mines from Steamvault. And only 2 mines from Manitombs. Plus, the mines in Steamvault are... Many of them are easy to get without combat. And... In fact, you can get all of them without any combat. But in Manitombs, you will have to combat for some of the mines sometimes. So it's just not a good... It's not a good bot farm. SV is the bot farm.
Remember the sun well.
And in SV, there's too many robot, I say, for... Oh, yeah. And ban risk. Okay. So I was kind of theory crafting this earlier. Since I put the SV video out, every now and again, a rogue will come on the stream and into chat and say, I got banned or perma-banned for doing this farm. And I asked them, did you buy gold? Did you sell gold? Did you do any auction house, cross-faction auction house shenanigans? Did you break TOS? And they usually never respond. One guy responded once. But the thing about it is, you don't get banned for doing SV. You get flagged for doing SV. This is my theory. And if you have broken terms of service for any of the reasons I mentioned before, or maybe you have a inappropriate name, or maybe you have been reported for inappropriate communication or abuse in a battleground or something like that, any of those reasons, going into SV, because it's such a bot farm, will get you flagged. And then Blizzard look at your account. And if they look at your account and they find